Oh, oh Lord. That's a hot mic, too.
How are you? How are you? No, of course. Thank you for being here. Just so you guys know, there's lunch in the back. I don't know.
Chairman?
Where on the agenda you guys are. Just so you guys let people know.
No, yeah, we'll be here right there.
Especially, you know, you guys.
Good to be back. Thank you for hosting us.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, you guys already put us the beans on. You guys took our thunder away. I love it. She called. She's here today. I gotta go down. I had Barbara tonight just to blow. Let's take note of the blow.
It's so funny. I have this on. Didn't want to change it.
Thanks for having us. This guy stays over and he spends a lot of money here. You just spent thousands. There'll be 4 or 5 money or after 5.
But yeah.
Yeah, you have to because I couldn't get the handles of the cars. That's what I needed. We'll get through this week, one way or the other. You bring your own power drink? You bring your own drink with us? We're not classy. We got no money. We got no money. Democrats are poor.
3 o'clock. How about 2? Anybody can do 3. You can do 2. Listen, I'll keep my people alive. Don't worry.
They want this almost 7 o'clock.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Yesterday was a at the end. They provided for the first hearing, and of course we're all and then all of a sudden, a couple of members decide they're going to ask questions. I turned around and gave them the people. I said, no, this is not fun.
This one was in Pittsburgh.
No.
We were out there by 2 o'clock.
Cool.
Here.
7.
When they age.
And then they
Oh, yeah. This one should be
The veterans 3 hour with us.
less is more.
Now we can get started.
What's going on?
Now we can get started.
Kelly, thanks for those questions at the end.
Well, I asked the question for time.
This is the guy that asked the questions.
Tell anything else, wait till the end and ask questions.
I asked one question yesterday, maybe 2.
Ask early today, okay?
Yeah, early is better.
Early
Early is much better. Hyannis, yep, that's where I'm.
No, because I think it's a joke.
So you know Mike Long, that's the CEO.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, who's online? Can we
Is there anybody online?
Okay.
Okay.
Not as, not as.
They met at 7 o'clock last.
Oh, I love it, yeah, I love
Thank
it.
you so much.
But yeah, that's
Yeah, I think.
biggest
That's yours. That's
clinics everywhere.
Did I open mine or this? Let me move this out.
Yeah, he was born and raised.
Ready? Anybody online?
Thank you. It's really lovely to be on your campus.
Can't tell.
I have
So we'll have John Cook. We'll tell a little bit about the army.
They took it out of arms, collapsed, and
Okay. Good morning and welcome to Western Mass to 413. We're very excited to be hosting this meeting, but before we get into it, we're going to be greeted by our, unless you want to say some opening words, Senator, or we'll come back to ourselves. We'll come back to ourselves. We'll let, we know that President Cook is a very busy man, and he's hosted us here. This is our third year. And we'd like to have you bring some words of encouragement and greeting from this great institution and the Armory. Last year we forgot to tell you about what this was the old Armory, the first Armory. So, Mr. President, it's all yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to the delegation. My name is John Cook. I'm the very proud president here at STCC. Sometimes you'll hear a slip referred to as stick. That's what our students affectionately like to refer to us as. We were born in 1967, but as the representative noted, we were the first federal armory in our nation's history, dating back to the 1780s. So you see a lot of brick around here. Deferred maintenance is also a wonderful experience. We have 330,000 square feet of infrastructure built in the 1800s. So there's a lot of care and attention for our antique campus. But yes, up until the 60s, we were a federal complex. People often know Harper's Ferry, but really this is the other federal armory and arsenal that we had for all those years. And back in the 60s, when it was closed, they handed it back to the city. The city split a piece of it off, which is across the street, known as the Tech Park, the Springfield Technology Park, really business and mixed use. And a number of great leaders at the time said, let's create a technical community college. And again, many of our regional delegation are alums. Here, Representative Ramos, Senator Gomez attended. And again, Representative Williams is an esteemed alum from the college. So again, a wonderful legacy. Often when you hear technical, you'll think about manufacturing, applied engineering. Now these days, cybersecurity, we have all those. But healthcare has also been a real dominant signature for us over the years. Wonderfully diverse student body. We are more than 50% of color. We are federally recognized as a Hispanic serving institution. We're pushing more like 32% of our students identify as Latina or Latino. Sharing with some of the members, Mass Reconnect, just a small note on policy. Mass Reconnect Free Community College has been a real game changer. This past fall at the college, 14% increase. This past spring, more like an 18% increase. And now I thread the needle and I say to everyone, we're not out of the woods yet. That's not exactly back to pre-COVID enrollment levels. But when you have 4,500 students, like we did this fall, we're on our way to rebound. So thrilled to have this hearing. And welcome again. Really, really excited. And we like our view, by the way, of the city from up here. It's a wonderful time to be in Western Massachusetts. Thank you so much.
Can they participate with the refreshments if they?
I was letting you have that. But certainly to anyone, help yourself. Coffee and pastry this morning, and then for certainly all members of the delegation and staff, there's lunch from Frigo's, a pretty well-known Italian deli here in town, and that's in the room behind us there. So please do help yourselves. The delegation has my cell number, so if things come up, don't hesitate to have them text me. Happy to have you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, I want to give a shout out to whose district we kind of split, Chairman of Homeland Security and Public Safety, Carlos Gonzalez. Thank you, Rep. Gonzalez, Mr. Chairman. And also I want to give a shout out to Steve Carey from Focus Springfield, who helps us put this magnificent display of AI power, as he told me yesterday. So thank you very much for explaining that to me. Nothing is more important than health and human services of our constituents. As this is our top priority, we are doing everything in our power to ensure that these human services offices receive as much funding as possible to do their work completely and efficiently. And we are grateful to bring Ways and Means. I want to thank Chairman Gomez and myself. This is our third year of doing this, bringing us to this wonderful institution. President Cook explained where we are, and if you look out back, you'll see the old stables where they used to keep the horses and stuff. But as most folks say, we in Western Mass, we have buildings now. We have running water, we have buildings, we have cars, because I think there's a notion from Boston, Rep. Smiley, that we don't have any of that. So I will acknowledge the House members who are here. We have Rep. Howard, Rep. Duffy, Rep. Ramos, Rep. Pease, Rep. Zarlos, Smola, Bergstrom, and myself.
And Rep. Kilcombe.
And Rep. Kilco. Okay.
Meritori.
Meritori,
yeah.
all
Okay.
right. Wow.
Mr. Chair.
You're coming in here, man. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. So those are my opening comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Gonzalez.
Welcome to Springfield. Welcome to the 413. My name is Senator Adam Gomez. I'm proud to serve this district that we sit in. I represent Springfield and Chicopee. It's called the Hamden District. I want to welcome all of you. Some of you I have not seen since, I guess, our marathon run when I was the chair of Children and Families many moons ago, it seems, about 3 years ago. And we went 12 and a half hours, and I promise that is not going to be the case today. We're going to try to move this agenda forward. I want to give a big shout out to our Assistant Chairwoman of Ways and Means here from the west side of the Commonwealth as well, Madam Senator Joe Comerford. And then I don't know if I'm missing any other senators. I think anyone online, if I missed you, don't have it necessarily in front of me, but we're happy to be here and happy to hear from your testimony. Like the chairman said, Health and Human Services plays a vital role on the institutions that make sure that health, wealth, and obviously when it comes to veteran services and DYS. And I know that yesterday's had a little marathon of 6 hours. So I'm not going to get too much into the comments, just to say welcome to Springfield. For the ones you heard from the president, there's coffee and refreshments in the back. And then for the ones that need some food, I think there's enough food for everyone to take a bite. If necessary, it's right in the back room, and you can eat and sit back in the back room. Welcome to all the representatives for making that the great escape and making it through the Mass Pike the other way, so you get to understand what we go through trying to travel to Boston. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to all your testimonies.
Thank you, Senator. And also I want to give a shout out, kudos to our court officers who are here, and they go every meeting. They were meeting to 7 last night, and then they're doing their due diligence this morning. Thank you, my friend. First we have Executive Office of Veteran Services, Secretary, our former colleague, John Santiago. And then we'll take the soldiers home in Chelsea at the same time. You're looking good, Mr. Chairman. That job's agreeing with you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Chair Gomez, Chair Williams, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. I'm honored to serve as the Secretary of the Executive Office of Veteran Services. And today I'm joined by Robert Engel, the Executive Director of Veterans Homes and Housing, and Glenn Heavy, the Deputy Superintendent of the Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke, both of whom you will hear from shortly. Thank you for providing our office with the opportunity to testify on behalf of Governor Haley's House 2 budget proposal. On March 1st, the Executive Office of Veteran Services commemorated its 1-year anniversary of being elevated to cabinet-level secretariat. And nearly a year ago today, I stood before this committee to testify in support of the FY 2024 budget, pledging to all of you that our new secretariat would fulfill our mission to honorably serve those who served us. Over the past year, the Executive Office of Veteran Services has transformed our operations and existing programs to redefine how we care for veterans in the Commonwealth. Some of those initiatives include, in FY24, we served Massachusetts veterans and their families across 3 agencies, implementing modernizations at our newly designated Massachusetts veterans homes in Holyoke and Chelsea. Additionally, we allocated nearly $21 million in support to more than 5,000 individuals served by Chapter 115, our safety net program, providing necessities such as food, shelter, clothing, fuel, and medical care. Additionally, we dispersed over $36 million in annuity benefits to over 17,000 disabled veterans and Gold Star families. We also made significant strides in redefining our programs, such as one dedicated to supporting justice-involved veterans, and we increased the capacity at our Women's Veteran Network. And last week, Governor Healy announced our campaign to end veteran homelessness in Massachusetts, the largest targeted investment ever made toward bringing our state to functional zero in terms of veteran homelessness. This is a $20 million investment and aligns well with our annual $16 million investment in supportive housing services for our veteran community. And just as importantly as any funding or service, we placed a focus on engagement and inclusivity. We did this by establishing multiple advisory committees, including several focused on women, mental health, and equity when it comes to state benefits. Add to that our 2 veteran cemeteries that we manage, and we're in the midst of optimizing management. We come away from this first year in office very proud of what we've been able to do, yet knowing that there's still so much more to do. One of our most pivotal initiatives and a cornerstone of Governor Healy's agenda is the HERO Act, which is the most comprehensive veterans legislative proposal in decades. It consists of 17 proposals aimed at expanding veteran benefits, promoting equity and inclusion, and modernizing our services. The FY25 budget proposal allocates money to fund proposals in the HERO Act, including $4.3 million to increase the Chapter 115 disabled veterans annuity payment from $2,000 to $2,250. These annuity payments provide vital support to disabled veterans, parents of deceased veterans, and surviving spouses of deceased veterans, assisting them in meeting daily living expenses and other necessities. Under the HERO Act, the annuity would eventually grow to $2,500 in FY 2026. The budget also reflects the HERO Act's proposal to eliminate fees on specialty veteran license plates, allowing recipients to make voluntary donations to benefit residents at Chelsea and Holyoke Veterans Homes. Overall, the governor proposes $194 million to EOVS, which is a $10 million increase over FY24. This includes $2.2 million increase for veterans benefits, such as the annuity and Chapter 115 benefits. H2 also includes $88.3 million to support both of our veterans homes, with a $5.2 million and a $5 million increase in administration and operations for the veterans homes at Chelsea and Holyoke, respectively. This funding helps maintain critical staffing, supports infrastructure improvements, and provides health care and supportive services to veterans at the long-term care and independent living facilities at both cities. While we cannot forget or change the past and what happened during COVID-19, this budget allows us to move forward with our goal to deliver the highest quality of veteran resident care at both of our homes. In October 2023, the Massachusetts Veterans Home in Chelsea opened its brand new state-of-the-art facility. Within 90 days of the building's occupancy, our team successfully navigated licensing and certification by DPH, Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and recognition by the VA, while simultaneously completing construction and moving all residents into this new facility. We also hired Christine Baldini as our new superintendent. With over 25 years of dedicated experience and service as a senior nursing home leader in the greater Boston area, we have no doubt that this is a new era for the Massachusetts Veterans Home at Chelsea. And after securing $265 million in federal funding last May, we broke ground on the new long-term care facility in Holyoke this past August. This project will construct a new 350,000 square foot long-term health care facility that will house 234 veterans. I recently visited the site just a couple weeks ago, and we're hitting all milestones as of today. These projects, programs, and services contribute to our foundational belief that Massachusetts is a national model for the care of our veteran population. Governor Healy's House 2 budget proposal continues our mission to honorably serve those who served us, and I respectively ask for your support to continue that mission.
Do you want to go to them after? How do you want to handle it?
We're happy to have our
You
two
want them to
guests
then
here
get
provide
along?
their testimony
So
as
just
well.
want Chelsea and then
Yeah.
start questioning.
No, I don't have no objection of them testifying first, and then we can get to questioning.
Can we get questions? Go ahead. Defer.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Chair Gomez, Chair Williams, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Robert Engel, and I am honored to be here as the Executive Director of Veterans Homes and Housing for the Executive Office of Veteran Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Massachusetts Veterans Home at Chelsea. Governor Healy's fiscal year budget 2024 proposal includes $53.6 million that will fund the operations and staffing of the Massachusetts Veterans Home at Chelsea and the domiciliary residential program for our veterans. Located atop Powderhorn Hill in Chelsea, the new state-of-the-art Veterans Home embodies the Commonwealth's unwavering dedication to veterans' well-being. Meeting the highest federal VA standards for veterans homes, this 154-bed facility currently houses 84 residents, featuring an environmentally conscious model in line with some of the state's energy reduction objectives. The home welcomed United States VA Secretary Dennis McDonough, Governor Healy, and other state and federal officials in December of 2023 for a grand opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony, and completed the final phase of moving residents in at the end of February. Our team at Chelsea consists of 330 dedicated staff members who care for 200 veterans in both our long-term care and our domiciliary programs. Our team members believe in service and are committed to providing excellence in care to the Commonwealth's veterans. Diversity, equity, and inclusion have always been a priority, and our staff is a reflection of that, with 31% of our workforce identifying as Black, 16% as Hispanic, 2% as Asian, and 61% as women. We are proud of our collaboration with the 8 labor unions who represent our team, and a key testament to the dedication of our staff is their longevity. 64% of our staff have been with the Veterans Home for 5 or more years. As captured in Chelsea's monthly satisfaction survey program to our residents and family members, we are pleased to share that Chelsea scored in the top 15% of the nation's across the 12-month average, earning 2024 Pinnacle Customer Experience Award, representing providers who excel in exceptional customer experience for their patients. In addition, the tremendous support we receive from the Commonwealth allows the Veterans Home to establish a standard of care with an average of 10.2 hours of direct patient care in our long-term care setting. The Massachusetts Veterans Home at Chelsea continues to make significant investments to address the long-term care needs of the home, becoming certified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Service and licensed by the Department of Public Health as a nursing home this past year. Additionally, efforts are underway to modernize operations through the implementation of an electronic medical record system with a tentative go-live date of December 2024 for Chelsea. Furthermore, redevelopment is underway on the neighborhood's domiciliary campus building to create independent veteran preference housing and supportive services. The phased redevelopment project will update the campus through a combination of rehabilitation and new construction to better meet the needs of veterans and their families. This will include 220 plus units of mixed income affordable housing with 100% veterans preference with supportive services. The Massachusetts Veterans Home at Chelsea is looking forward to the future and expanding our workforce, increasing our veteran resident population, improving our community outreach efforts, and further integrating as part of the new Executive Office of Veteran Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have about the home and our FY25 proposed budget.
Thank you, sir.
We got 2 mics.
Yeah, one's good.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Gomez and Chair Williams, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Glenn Heavey, and I'm the Deputy Superintendent of the Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke. I'll be testifying on behalf of Superintendent Michael Lazo. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke. Governor Healy's fiscal year 2025 budget proposes $34.6 million to support the mission and priorities of the home and funds robust staffing levels to support quality care and programmatic development, ensuring a great home for our veteran residents. The future remains bright as construction of the new Massachusetts home at Holyoke is well underway. This past August, we celebrated the groundbreaking for the new Veterans Home, the first step in reimagining a home that will meet the current and evolving needs of Massachusetts veterans. Our staff, currently at 332, takes great pride in providing care to the 111 veterans residing at the Veterans Home at Holyoke. The current staff at the home is a diverse team consisting of 72% female, 33% minorities, 3.3% veterans, and 1.4% disabled staff members. Plans are underway to expand our workforce in preparation for the new Veterans Home at Holyoke, which will house 234 long-term veteran residents and care for up to 50 veterans in the new Adult Day Health Program. Our staff continues to show resilience, flexibility, and dedication in caring for our veteran residents. They remain steadfast and vigilant in compliance with proper protocols, infection prevention, and control measures, and the appropriate guidelines for the well-being of our veterans and each other. The home completed a staffing assessment to identify the staffing needs of the new veteran home in Holyoke. The modern design of this new facility will require an increase of approximately 40% in clinical and non-clinical staff to maintain the 234-bed facility at appropriate levels. The Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke maintains high standards as evidenced by a successful VA survey this year. In January 2024, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs surveyed the home's long-term care facility. The final report showed that out of 472 standards, the home met 467, or 99%. None of the findings were of a clinical nature. The corrective action plan is currently being worked on and will be submitted to the VA, and we are confident the home will receive accreditation. The Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke continues to make significant investments to address the short and long-term goals of the home. Thank you to Governor Healy and all the elected officials and honored guests who participated in the groundbreaking ceremony last August to kick off construction of the new home. It was a significant day in the history of Massachusetts Veterans Home at Holyoke, as this new home will allow us to serve veterans for many years to come. In the current home, the isolation unit project has been completed, creating a 4-bed negative pressure unit for veterans with infectious diseases. Additional projects regarding facade improvement and security system upgrade are being reviewed for priority and financial feasibility. Another important initiative currently underway is the implementation of an electronic medical record system. The Veterans Home at Chelsea and the home at Holyoke continue to make progress toward the implementation of an EMR system. Holyoke has a tentative go-live date of September 2024, and the team is looking forward to completing this important initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions about the home or our fiscal 25 2025 proposed budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago, a couple quick questions. The House 2 budget includes $765,000 for Office of Veteran Advocates. Is this adequate funding level for an executive agency, and how do you plan to use the funding to meet Chapter 115B requirements?
Great. So as many of you know, the Office of Veteran Advocate was something that was put forth in Chapter 144, but that actual office exists outside the Executive Office of Veteran Services. So we have no jurisdiction over it. It's right now Robert Notch, former Brigadier General Robert Notch, has been elected to be in that position there. So he has put up his team. I think he's hired a couple FTEs to support him in that endeavor, and they're off to a great start. We obviously work closely in conjunction with them, as we tend to feel very passionately about supporting our veterans across the Commonwealth, but they exist outside of the Executive Office of Veteran Services.
So who has the oversight?
Robert Notch. So so DCF has one of these within. I mean, they have an Office of Child Advocate, I believe, and this is a similar model with respect to that. So they exist outside of our agency, and they're there to support veterans with respect to in the community, but also with what's happening at the homes or wherever. They're trying to determine what they want to do. But right now, as it goes, they don't respond to us, or they don't really report to us.
Who would he answer to? I mean, who has the oversight?
So he was actually not elected, but he was put forth there by the AG, the auditor, and the governor. So that was part of Chapter 144. There was a thinking when the bill was put forward, Chapter 144, that there did be additional support and advocacy for veterans. And in close consultation with a variety of stakeholders, they came up with this idea at the legislature at the time, and I was a member of it, for the Office of Veteran Advocate.
So we certainly need to reach out to him at some point in time, so I
Sure.
can get an explanation on the funding of $765,000. Also, the House 2 budget includes $11.8 million for administrative account. Is this adequate funding level for your agency as a secretariat?
We believe so. Let me just say that last year's budget was the highest, most significant investment in veteran services that the Commonwealth has ever had. In terms of putting forth an administration and a plan to do what we need to do to support our veteran community, we feel like that is adequate. We've been able to hire staff to build out teams, whether it's HR, whether it's comms, whether it's the lawyers that we need to do the function that we're required to do. So we feel confident that with this budget, based on last year's budget, that we were able to get the job done.
And my last question, can you explain how the HERO Act has changed the agency's operations?
So the HERO Act consists of 17 proposals focused on improving benefits, creating equity, and modernizing the current services that we offer. Not many of those will result in a significant increase in funding. I point to only one of the 17 that will, and that's the increase to the annuity. So the annuity currently, as it stands today, is a $2,000 benefit given to about 17,000 disabled veterans. To be eligible, you have to be 100% service-connected disabled, or you have to be a Gold Star family. Over the past 20 years or so, there's been an increase in terms of people being eligible for that. The legislature, in conjunction with the governor, have expanded eligibility for that. So there's been a slight increase in that number up to 17,000 today. All what this bill will do, the HERO Act, in FY25 is increase the number 2,000 to 2,250, with the goal of being at 2,500 at FY 2026. Now, there has been, I want to say, at least 15, maybe more than 15 years where there's been hasn't been an increase in this. This is something that many legislators I know feel passionately about. I mean, if you were to go through the Veterans Committee right now, my guess that you will find a whole host of legislators that have put forth legislation to see an increase in this. I think some of you on this, I think a representative over there has actually put a bill forward to increase it. So this is something that we sought to do in conjunction with our legislative colleagues and hearing from veteran service providers across the state.
Thank you, sir. And then we're going to go to Chairman Gonzalez, then we'll go to the panel, then we'll go back to Gomez. I'm sorry, Carlos running around. Then we'll go to Chelsea and then the Soldiers Home.
Got your own mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the H2, it's proposed and recommends cuts to veterans outreach centers. It's no secret that I used to work at a veterans outreach center, so this one kind of stuck out to me. By $2.7 million, and shelters for homeless veterans by $977,000. Can you explain a little bit about that?
So, well, I think we'll have to look at numbers. I don't suspect a significant decrease in any of these numbers. What I can tell you is that over the past several years, there have been significant reversions from a variety of line items. And so what happens is that we put forth a budget passed by the legislature, and over the course of the year, there are reversions that take place, right? So what we did, trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible, is to find out where those reversions exist in certain line items and put those monies towards other initiatives, i.e. the HERO Act and the 2250 that we want to do. So we feel that this is a balanced approach, that this is fiscally sound. And what I can tell you with respect to housing and homeless services across the Commonwealth, we've actually doubled down on that. And if you look at the investment we've done at Chelsea and Holyoke, we've spent significantly in terms of the buildings. I mean, $264 million that we secured for Holyoke. There's been an increase in both those line items for both those long-term homes. And with housing, I mean, I'll tell you, just this past Tuesday, we put $20 million in ARPA funds to address veteran homelessness. This is the largest ever targeted investment to end veterans homelessness. And so we're actually doubling down on our efforts to address housing and supportive services in the veteran community. I will also add that one of the things that was started by my predecessor just before I got there was a flex fund. As you know, particularly given your family's interest in this, there is, when you support veterans in housing, it's not just about giving them a place to stay, a key, right? It's about the supportive services, right? So there are veteran service providers across the whole Commonwealth that provide these accessory services, right? Like food, transportation, those types of things, right? And so we've put forth an additional $4 million flex fund to support those efforts. So instead of reverting any money, we've come into place, hired folks to efficiently manage our budget here, to make the use of it. If the legislature is so generously going to give us this money for veterans, then we're going to use every single dollar we can to support our veterans. And that's our approach to this budget.
I know you spoke about the HEROES Act in your testimony, and do you think there's going to be any potential fiscal impacts with the HEROES Act pertaining to your budget?
So the largest fiscal impact will be just a couple $1 million, and that's for that annuity I was referring to. But again, what we did in crafting the bill is looking at the current the FY24, 23, and budgets beyond that to see where there was money that was typically reverted back to the legislature, or to the general fund rather, and to see how we could effectively use that money. And so we saw a couple of line items right there that weren't being as effectively managed as they could be. And so we sought to use that money. If the intention was to support veterans with that money, and that money was being sent back to the general fund, how about we use that money to support veterans? And so that money was placed into something that many legislative colleagues at the time and ourselves feel passionate about, is that annuity I was referring to. So it's about a $4.3 million increase for 2025. And 2026, should it move forward, will be about $2,500 paycheck to eligible veterans.
And my last question for you, Secretary Santiago, is our segue to the next two gentlemen here. Is can you discuss the progress on planning and building a new satellite soldiers' home?
Sure. So with Chapter 140, when that was passed, a variety of things did. In addition to the Office of Veteran Advocate, funding, completely restructuring and elevating this department at the time to Secretariat, the legislature authorized $200 million to look into maybe more equitable housing for long-term services for veterans, right? So what does this mean? Currently, if you are a veteran in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, your two options for long-term care are Holyoke and Chelsea, right? Right? What if you live in the South Coast? What if you live in the Cape, right? So what we've done is we've very aggressively started an engagement process all across the Commonwealth to talk with folks about this. Because if I'm a family member living in Fall River, I'm not going to send my dad or my mother to Chelsea or Holyoke, right? So with this $200 million, there's an opportunity there alongside the legislature to invest in this and to look into this. And so what we've done in the last couple of weeks, last couple of months rather, is put forth a study to look into this. Let's determine where the gaps exist across the entire state and what we can do about this. And so there's a study that we're looking at procuring in the next couple of weeks to kick that process off, so we can not just determine the site, but also begin to come up with a plan to get the funding. Because as you know, both these homes, I mean, Holyoke is going to cost probably $450–500 million, right? But that's 65% financed by the federal government, right? So as soon as we find another site that looks like it's a more equitable place to provide the long-term needs of veterans, we can start going to the VA and asking for that 65% matching fund.
Thank you for that answer. Mr. Chairman, if you want to start with the question.
We'll start with questions. Look to my left. Who's that down there? Rep, excuse my vision. Oh, Rep Kearns.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Rep Sally Kearns, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, great to see you, Secretary, Rep, always a rep. Congratulations on all the progress that you've made everywhere throughout the agency, and particularly at Holyoke, making those important changes. And Chelsea, I had the good fortune to attend the Operation Troop Support event it was in Saugus on Sunday. I heard so many wonderful things about the Chelsea Soldiers Home from people who had gone to volunteer. And Operation Troop Support, if you don't know, is a 23-year-old nonprofit, all-volunteer project that has sent 20 a million packages over 23 years to vets who are serving. So that's all great, and I can't wait for a tour. But my question has to do with, do you have wait lists at either or both? And do you have a grasp of how many homeless veterans are out there waiting for us to help? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So there's a couple of ways to answer that. So on the homeless veterans front, if you were to take the annual PIT count, the point in time count, that's a once a year count that they do. Currently in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the number is 545, right? Now this isn't the best way to measure this because those numbers fluctuate, and there are a couple of ways, but in order to come up with a plan, such as we did for the End Veteran Homelessness Campaign, which consists of 5 pillars, you have to have some sort of data, right? And we have to compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges here. So the PIC count's 545. Over the past 10 years, that was over, 10 years ago, that was over 1,000, right? So over the course of 10 years or so, for a variety of reasons, the Patrick Murray administration invested in this. The feds have actually provided a lot of money in BASH vouchers to house veterans. That number has slowly crept down, right? For the past 3 or 4 years, it's stabilized at about 550, 560. It's 545 right now. So with our End Veteran Homelessness Campaign, again, a $20 million investment from ARPA funds, thanks to the legislature, who brought forth those monies, is really focused on addressing that gap there with 5 pillars, largely based on direct outreach, supporting veterans, finding them housing, providing them supportive services, stuff that's already ongoing, but stuff that could be better and better coordinated with federal resources. I'll give you an example. The state right now has 2,800 BASH vouchers. Those are vouchers from the VA, from HUD actually, work through the VA to house veterans, right? There are 2,800 across the state. Only 2,100 are being used right now, right? So there's a gap there. And how could we coordinate, make more efficient systems that already exist? That's the goal of the End Veteran Homelessness Campaign. With respect to the wait list, I'll let Robert and Glenn answer that. But let me just say there's a significant wait list at both homes, right? A lot of people want to be at this home. And right now, at Holyoke and Chelsea, today, there's probably about 200 veterans served. There's still space at Chelsea, and there's some space at at Holyoke's opening up. But if you were to get both homes operational, the 154 at Chelsea and the 235 or so at Holyoke, that is significantly going to increase access to veterans desiring long-term care. As you know, there's a long-term care crisis throughout the Commonwealth. It's terribly expensive. It's hard to get. And the facilities and the staff here at Chelsea and Holyoke are providing quality care. And our goal is to get these buildings up, running full as soon as possible to address the wait list, but also to Senator Gomez's third question with respect to looking at other places to maybe build more long-term care housing, because without question, there is a significant need for that in the Commonwealth. We should do better. Our veterans deserve better, and we're committed to doing so. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that.
Sure. First of all, Representative Kearns, you're always welcome to come.
To the mic.
As are other people.
Use the mic. Thank you.
Is it on?
Is it on?
Just-
On the bottom.
Really?
On the bottom.
No,
Yeah. I guess. It was just on. Mic's off.
You're over scrubs.
I don't know. IT team is on its way. We can use that one for now.
Uh-oh.
La 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 la.
So we love showing off our building, and please get in touch with the Executive Office of Veteran Services, and they'll reach right back out to our facilities and coordinate tours for you, and we're happy to have you come by.
Thanks.
It's wonderful to have you come by, and we love to have our residents and our staff share the joy that they have in those facilities, sharing and caring for our folks. We do have waiting lists at Chelsea, and we work through those based on first come, first serve, based on people's interest that they've expressed over time. And as the Secretary mentioned, as we get up and running with our full complement of beds at 154 in Chelsea, we'll be able to accommodate many more veterans. But for those that don't quite yet qualify for long-term care but are able to have their needs met in independent, affordable housing with services, as the Secretary mentioned, as I mentioned, we'll also be bringing online an additional approximately 100 beds for affordable housing with services in the domiciliary area as well. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Look to the left. Look to the right. Rep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Good to see you, Mr. Secretary, and your team. Thank you for all you're doing. And as a nursing home administrator, I'm so excited to hear about these homes and the progress it's made. It was unfortunate what happened during COVID. It was tragedy, and lessons learned from that, from not just from the veterans' homes, but throughout the whole industry in the Commonwealth and throughout the country. So thank you for what you're doing there. A few questions around that, though, if I may. You indicated that, first of all, congratulations on the surveys as well. Those aren't DPH surveys, as you know, Robert, are not easy to do, particularly in this climate nowadays, so that's terrific. And the VA surveys the same. That's just great job with that. It shows great dedication and teamwork from everyone involved with that, so congratulations. Just a couple questions around revenue for both homes. And what's the revenue that comes into these homes, and where does the revenue actually come from?
Both homes have a number of revenue sources between, but primarily the revenue source is the funding that we receive for the per diem expenses and the daily charges that we receive and charge to the VA. So it's the daily support that we receive from the VA as the primary source of funding that we have. The Secretary mentioned, we mentioned that we're putting into place an EMR, and with that investment and that involvement, we'll be able to capture additional charge opportunities for both of our homes. Our home in Chelsea is now CMS, fully CMS and VA certified. So as a CMS certified facility, we'll be able to capture the Part B revenue opportunities.
Not Part A, though.
And we'll also be able to start grow our Part A. We absolutely will be able to, along with the increasing skill sets and documentation set for our staff. And we anticipate the exact same progression for our Holyoke facility, as they too in the near future become first licensed by the Department of Public Health and then certified by CMS. So we would be expecting and anticipating that. We are currently billing Medicare Part D and other limited expense, and other of the private insurances that our veterans may have.
You are, okay. Any Mass Health? Do you bill for
Very-
Mass Health?
Very limited. We're
Okay.
starting to explore that in terms of its ability to support some transportation benefits and other
But not
kinds
for
of
room and
other-
board.
But not for room and
Okay.
board at this time.
Okay. And I was intrigued by the 10.2 hours of nursing care. And for my colleagues, if you're not in the industry, the average is 3.58. So to get 10 hours of nursing care is fabulous. I mean, that's just tremendous that you're able to do that. So I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the real benefit of that is our resident veterans. So truly,
Yeah,
thank you
sure.
to the legislature, thank you to the executive branch for that level of support. And it's translated directly into services that are received by our resident veterans with that staff care. As we all know, it's the staff that provide the care.
Absolutely,
That support the
yeah.
quality of life, the quality of care that our resident veterans receive. And we thank you every day for that
Yeah.
level of support.
No, it's tremendous. And Mr. Secretary, as you know, I represent Plymouth, and we would welcome the opportunity to have a VA center in Plymouth. So.
Noted.
Got Steve Zeros? Rep.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wait all year for this day. I love to come to Springfield, but especially to talk about veterans. First of all, I would say one of the governor's best moves was to steal you away from us. You are a doctor, a veteran, a state legislator, and now the Secretary of Veteran Services. I'm so proud of that. Massachusetts should lead. We're the ones that started America. And I'm just so proud to see what you've done, as everybody here has echoed, in 1 year. And I think it's because you lead with your heart. I was proud to be in Boston last week when you kicked off the campaign to end veteran homelessness. There should not be a veteran homeless in Massachusetts. We are the leaders. Let's prove it. So to put $20 million towards it, here we go. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the HEROES Act. It kind of, like you explained, it takes a lot of bills that have been sitting there, puts them together, and let's get this done. Let's get license plates for veterans. They shouldn't have to pay for their license plate. That's been asked for years. So I'd love to see us make that happen. And so commending your work, knowing that there's a lot more to do. And yes, Plymouth and the South Coast would be a great area for another veterans home that would tie in with us on Cape Cod. But I do have one question about veteran suicide. You know, one of my friends put a gun to his chest and killed himself last summer. It devastated the family. And he was in care. He was a combat veteran. And I remember reaching out to you. And you were out of the country. And you answered me. And then you called the family. That will always impact them. Thank you for doing that. Can you tell us some of the steps that you're taking and the future you see to end this veteran suicide of 22 a day? 22 that made it home, that choose to take their life today. What can we do about that, sir?
Well, thank you, Representative, for your kind words and for your commitment to military families as a Gold Star father. And there's not a day that goes by where you're not advocating for our veteran community and for our veteran families as well. I think one thing that gives me a tremendous amount of hope in my job today is that when we talk about veterans, we don't talk just about the veteran. It's their families as well. When I was deployed last year, it's my wife who was left at home with a 6-month-old kid with no other family, right? And so everything we do is not just about the veterans, it's about the veteran family first and foremost. So with respect to veteran suicide, which I share with you, as someone who works in the medical field with a lot of folks challenged with behavioral health and mental health concerns, something I care very much about. Here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the last couple of years, there have been about almost 60 military-related veteran suicides, right? There's been a slight uptick nationally. We can do more, we should do more. In Massachusetts, half of those veteran suicides are done through lethal means, a firearm. About a third of those, I believe, are folks that are challenged with mental health and behavioral health issues. And about a quarter at substance use issues. We've been very aggressive in trying to come up with a plan for this. When I got here in this office, I began to look where in state government folks were active in the suicide prevention space. And it turns out there was a bit of work going on. In DPH, they've been tremendous at this in terms of putting funding, getting work done. We had a couple of programs. They existed in a variety of places. And so what I did a couple of months ago is I said, listen, let's all get in the same room and talk about and put forth a plan here, right? Let's get organized. Let's bring some coordination to this. And so that's what we've been able to do. In fact, there's something called a governor's challenge. Now, it's not the best term, but a governor's challenge is effectively a national program where each state has a governor's challenge team to address this. So we got our governor's challenge folks, DPH, other folks involved, stakeholders, to begin to think about what a 10-point plan to address veteran suicide would look like. And you'll hear more about that in the next couple months. But one important piece of that is what you spoke about, getting the families involved. And so one thing that had been sitting on the desk of our office before we got there was a desire from the legislature to do a commission to look at veterans' mental health and suicide. It was called the Veterans Reintegration Advisory Committee. And it hadn't been stood up by our office before I got there yet. So one of the first things I did, I said, let's put this up. So we put this up, and I think there were like 10 or 12 folks, primarily community stakeholders, nonprofits in that space. But one thing I did was call family members impacted by this. And I wanted them to be a part of this because I wanted them to share their experience. And they did that. So that report came out a couple of months ago. There were 4 recommendations, right? And so over the course of these next couple of months, and my hope is that you'll hear more about this as we approach the fall, is that we'll be able to deliver a plan to better address veteran suicide and hopefully with some funding as well. But you're absolutely right, sir. This is important stuff, not just for the veteran, but also for the family as well. And it says a lot about our commitment to the military and our veteran family. It's something we care about. But to your earlier remarks, listen, this is not about me. This is a team game right here. And I include you as part of that team as well, right? You made the phone call to me to call that person, right? This is a team game, and that's our approach to government in the administration and with our legislative colleagues. So we're very appreciative for all what you do and the votes that you take and the support and advocacy that you're doing for your cities and towns. As a former rep, I know how important that is. And so we applaud you, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Rep Peace.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as you know, we both sit on the Veterans Committee, and the HEROES Act, I think, is a great thing, but I don't think we should be given those free license plates because, as the Legion people voted, that money goes to the recreation at Chelsea and Holyoke. So, matter of fact, I had one veteran come up to me the other day and say, "Why am I paying for my license plate?" And I said, "Well, you know where that money goes, now that I know." And he said, "Oh, well, that makes sense. That's good. Okay, I don't mind paying that." So I hope we do maybe consider taking that piece out as we.
Yeah, so I think, you know, I've had a couple of conversations with the American Legion. I got a lot of respect for them, but I don't think they're correct.
Okay.
That's right. The money does go to the home. So let me tell you how it works. So there's an additional fee that's attached to the license plate that goes to, and it was put in there by the Legion, I don't know, I want to say 10, 15, 20 years ago or so. So how it works is there's a cap actually, right? So Chelsea can get up to $600,000. Holyoke can get up to $400,000. So it's $1 million max, right? Let me just say that both homes are adequately funded. Last year, the year before that, this year as well with this budget, not counting the $1 million, right? In fact, they're funded so well that there have been reversions, right? So if you were to take this money away today, they would not see anything change, right? And actually, some of the money that was going to was for small projects to fix some of the dilapidated infrastructure that's not going to be needed because 2 brand new buildings are coming up. So so one thing, back to Representative Kearns, maybe we should do a legislative visit to Chelsea just to show you what an amazing visit it is. But I hear your concerns, but what we did in the bill is that if you're a veteran and if you want to pay the additional fee, go right ahead. There's still an account there. We're not going to get rid of the account. So there will still be funds placed there for you to give your money if you'd like. But to suggest that from anyone that the money's going to cut the recreation activities of these veterans is just not the truth.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Is there? All right, I'm just going to leave it at that. I would like to see Chelsea, but more importantly, being from Westfield, I'm hoping that when we're up and running in Holyoke, that there's a tour for maybe area legislatures or the Veterans Committee as well, because I'd love to check that out. I'm sure there will be.
Yeah, I mean, we'd love to get you folks out there sooner than later. I think the steel's going to be coming up the next couple months, maybe a topping off ceremony of some sorts. And so as soon as we get some better idea about that, we love to. I mean, this is really a team game. I mean, you know, we might manage parts of it, but we depend on you for your outreach, your advocacy, your funding. And so, I mean, this is really, you know, Governor Haley talks a lot about the team, and she's a real believer in the team, as am I. And we really consider you folks as a part of that team and family. So we'll have you out there for sure.
Appreciate it.
Rep. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your testimony, and I just want to applaud you and your team for doing a wonderful job on behalf of our veterans and their families. And I want to thank you again for coming to Lowell and for making yourself accessible and available to Lowell. So we were happy to host you at a round table discussion, you know, letting our vets and their families know about all the resources available to them. You know, this matter is near and dear to my heart as a spouse of a vet. You mentioned earlier about 500 plus vets that's unhoused right now, so there's influx, you know, lower than 500. How we identify who they are until they are have access to permanent housing? Do we know where they are? Do we know how to identify them? Are they at a temporary shelter somewhere? Do we know who they are?
It's a great question, and thank you for your commitment to veterans. It was great to be with you in Lowell and to partake in the discussion with your neighbors and constituents. So again, that PIC count, that 545, it's a once-a-year count, not ideal, right? So how it works in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, without getting too policy nerdy right now, is that there are these things called COCs, Continuum of Cares. There are 12 of them in the Commonwealth, right? They consist of a geographic region made up of primarily community-based organizations. The plan is from the federal level, you're supposed to coordinate with the COC to identify homeless people in your region, right? Each COC should have and has a veteran subcommittee, right? So in order to get to functional zero, and that's the key term here, functional zero, because to have every veteran with a key and a door, it can be quite challenging. As someone who works in the emergency department who sees people oftentimes saying no to care, whether it's substance use, behavioral health, or housing, you can't force anyone to live in a house. But the goal is functional zero, to say that if a veteran wants a house to live in, that they can get one, right? A part of becoming functional zero is identifying those veterans, right? At the very base level, you have to identify the veterans. You have to know who you're working with and the context you're working in. So a big part of us partnering with, and I should also mention, this is not just an EOVS initiative, this is in partnership with HLC, the Secretariat of Housing and Livable Communities, is to work with COCs to find those veterans so we can support them. Now with the 545, of that 545, 33 are unsheltered, i.e. living on the streets, right? The majority of those live in transition housing, oftentimes in Western Mass, at the with Soldier On and some of those communities that they house in Leeds. So they're somewhere on the continuum right there. So we identified some of them, the continuum of the COCs have, but our goal is to work in conjunction with the COCs, the VA, HUD, HLC, to identify all of them. Because my guess is that number 545 is probably lowballing it. There's got to be more out there, right? We just got to find them. Is that number 1,000, 800, 1,500? I don't know. But we're looking at working with our folks on the ground, our frontline providers, to really identify person by person. I think what I've learned in this position here is that if you have a vision, resources, and some leadership, that you can get things done. I think that's what these folks up here stand for, and that's what I think this Executive Office of Veteran Services is committed to.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Rep.
Mr. Secretary, wait.
Use your mic. Yeah.
How's that? Okay, that's better. Mr. Secretary, I just wanted to start off and just, thank you for all the work that you've done. While I didn't get to serve with you for very long, I'm so excited to see you in this role. And it was so wonderful to see you at Iwo Jima Day a few weeks ago at the State House, where you were being honored, as well as the families of some of the last surviving Iwo Jima veterans in the state, including a family from my district. I guess my question is, it's not specific to this budget, but one thing I think that I'm seeing in my district, and I'm sure it's true for other communities throughout the state, is that the communities that many of our veterans relied on so much are dwindling or dying out. Ms. O'Malley, who was the Iwo Jima veteran that was honored that day, he is the VFW named after him. I've visited it myself a few times, certainly around Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and I noticed that you don't always see veterans younger, sort of my age or younger, that are visiting those locations. And in just in conversations I've had, I've just gotten the sense that because of the way in which the nature of service has shifted over and evolved over the decades, they're not the same number of veterans in local towns and communities that there used to be. My grandfather was a World War II vet. Clinton had so many World War II veterans that just were a part of the fabric of the community and had each other. And I don't think veterans of younger generations are quite seeing that there. And I think it's a really important aspect that if there's any way we in leadership roles in working with your office can try to find a way to provide or open up avenues to make those communities felt, would certainly go far, I think, in making sure that our veterans are feeling connected. I think we all know that a big problem with returning veterans is reacclimating into civilian life, and just in having worked with veterans issues in the past and having worked with veterans. So if there's anything that we can do to support any efforts of your office to help move that along further, I'd be happy to partner with you in that, and just kind of wanted to put that on your radar or see if you have any thoughts on that in general.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Rod Kilcoyne. It was good to be with you a couple weeks ago and to meet the family as well. You are absolutely right. That VRAC report that I referred to, that Veterans Reintegration Advisory Committee that talked about mental health and suicide, the very first recommendation it said is that we need to increase informal and formal peer support, right? So how is that done? That's done via engagement at the big cities and the small towns all across the Commonwealth. One thing we did, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the administrative budget that is put forth, is develop and create a brand new chief engagement office, right? A brand new chief engagement office that is interacting with folks all over the Commonwealth, right? Because the biggest deficit that I see as a veteran myself, that if you read any report on veteran services, the number one issue is people just don't know certain services, programs, or groups exist, right? And so our goal was to address this gap by creating this new chief engagement offices where we hired a couple of veterans who were fantastic, who were out there connecting with folks and bringing folks together. Because at the end of the day, we only have a couple $100 million here, right? But the VA is a $400 billion organization, right? Oftentimes, in my experience early on here, is that we were obviously sometimes doing redundant things or working in silos. But if our work can be focused on supporting the VA and the myriad of services and programs they offer, it'll be a win-win across the Commonwealth, right? So creating this chief engagement office, working closely with the 220 plus veteran service officers that represent your cities and towns, that is a unique factor to Massachusetts, which not any state in the country has, right? So how do we utilize, leverage those VSOs to do what you're talking about? So, I share your concerns and your thoughts. I'm with you 110%. And let me just say, if any of you on this panel right here or on the days would like to get more engaged, more involved with your respective city and town in our office, you have my phone number. Just send me a text or a call, and we'll get it done. But big picture wise, it's about connecting, making people when they come back. In fact, one of the things that we're doing, which is brand new, and I think we're having the first one April 11th, is essentially a welcome home type of event here, where we got a list from the DoD. We signed an MOU with them to get who's ever coming back to Massachusetts in the past year. We don't have their emails, but we sent them a snail mail letter and to invite them to an event. I think it's in Lincoln actually, and to say, listen, come, have some chicken wings, some nachos, hang out, have a drink here. Let's talk about this is home, and how can we support you, right? And so establishing informal and formal peer support services, that's what you're going to be seeing more from our office in the next couple of months.
That is really amazing to hear. And I love that idea of doing a welcome home party. I think it's important to remember that for every veteran we see on social media that has this wonderful welcome home, there's a lot of other veterans that are coming home to silence and or just coming home alone. And I really love that you are recognizing the importance of acknowledging their service and having this, trying to outreach and having that welcome home ceremony. I think it'll do a lot. If there's anything we can do on our end to support those efforts or to share in welcoming those veterans, please let us know. But that's fantastic to hear. So thank you so much.
Historically, Governor Healy, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, and the legislature have been very generous with supporting they believe in our veterans. And now it's up to us here to put forward a plan and a mission to get it done here. And I feel confident that over the past year we've been able to do that. Still so much more to do. But with our team, with the vision that we put forward and the resources that you've given us, we are committed to honorably serving those who served us.
I have one last question on the soldiers' home, on the construction piece, which you were part of the historical vote along with the House and Senate.
I was.
And we voted to do the new soldiers' home, and I was Black Lieutenant Cox, which you were part of. We had they did the PLA with the agreement, and there was great concern that during construction, we want to make sure that Black and brown contractors got a real piece of that action. That's a huge project. It's a huge lift for Western Massachusetts and a game changer. So I want to make sure that we stay on that, we stay focused, and we don't forget the workforce that's going to be generated with that. And I know you've been watching numbers and looking at stuff. We just want to make sure we stay focused.
And to your sir, to your point, Mr. Chairman, and this goes much beyond what the workforce. It's an incredibly important piece. You're right, but I know you feel as passionate as I do with respect to representation and equity, right? Sure. I'm happy to say that our executive office right now is one of the most diverse offices in government today. I'm also happy to say that within our first couple of months, we put representation and equity as a goal and an objective. One of the first things we did was have a Many Faces of Veteran campaign, right? Because not every veteran is coming home, to Rep. Kilcullen's point, with a family that they love. They may be going to certain communities where they're lacking job opportunities, education opportunities, right? And so, in fact, with your office's support this past February, we hosted a number of events across the Commonwealth to support our Black veterans. So this is something we care very much about in every facet, whether it's construction, representation, programming, and services. We can do a better job. We should do a better job, and we're committed to doing it.
Senator Goldman?
Those on another planet, thinking about some veteran stuff, sorry. My question is just for the Chelsea home, and then I have another follow-up question that pertains to both of them at the same time, so I don't have to go back and forth. I know we want to move this along. Can you provide an update on the new community living center and that has been recently opened, and can you discuss any key initiatives that will be pursued now that the new community living center is operational?
Thank you very much for your question, Chairman Gomez. The new CLC, the new building that we have there, is a 154-bed state-of-the-art building, and the biggest initiative overarching is the fact that we're providing care in what we call a small home model, consistent with the delivery expectations that the VA has set up in the design, meaning that it's not, as your colleague, Representative Murator, knows, it's not a typical 41-bed nursing home wrapped around a nursing unit, but rather it's 14 private rooms per unit, what we call a home, on one floor, where we have 2 of those. So there's 28 beds per floor, 2 homes per floor across our entire platform of service delivery. So what that allows us to do is to have resident-focused care being provided with staff members who are on that unit, knowing and caring and supporting the care needs and the support that our resident veterans need on each of those units. We've dramatically increased the percentage and number of our recreational therapy staff as well, to really look at and focus on quality of life issues as well as quality of care issues. So we're transformationally moving from being an old school nursing home, no disrespect to old school nursing homes because they provide great care, but rather we're moving forward to the 21st century of really meeting the needs of the quality of life needs of our resident veterans. And that's really the big initiative. We've recently hired, joining us in January, Christine Baldini, who is our new superintendent. We're thrilled with her participation as our team lead. She has 25 years of experience, and really it's all about people. And what she's, you know, and sometimes it frustrates, I'm sure, the secretary and myself that we make phone calls and we don't quite get her in her office. And when I catch up at the end of the day, why? It's because she's out on the units. She's talking with staff, talking with residents, talking with families, and being a part of the culture of that organization. So that's how you achieve cultural transformation in your organization to become resident-centered. And that is the biggest key that we're doing, is having that level of transparency, inclusiveness by our team members in the quality of care that they provide on their unit. And that's how you drive the quality in an organization, is through that level of ownership by every member of the team.
Thank you.
You set? All hearts clear. Mr. Chairman, as usual, you're outstanding, and I miss those conversations we used to have on the floor about your deployment and also your work in the emergency facility, which I found very intriguing. So thank you, gentlemen, and good luck. Youth Services. Department of Youth Services. Youth Services on the clock.
Test 1 2 1 2.
Just a little bit of advisement for everyone that's on the mics. If you have to mute, it's different from in the house. Instead of pushing to talk, you have to push to mute. And I guess I got told stop touching the mic. So there you go. I won't touch it no more.
Commissioner, pleasure
Thank
to
you.
see you as always. Thank you.
Lovely to see you too. So, good afternoon. Are we ready to begin, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, Chair Gomez, Chair Williams, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Cecily Reardon, and I am the Commissioner for the Massachusetts Department of Youth Services, which is our Commonwealth's juvenile justice agency. With me here today, I have our Deputy Commissioner for Administration and Finance, Michael Lynch, and also our Deputy Commissioner for Operations, Janae Smith. I'll have you know, both Representative Williams and Senator Gomez, both Western Mass folks, so Western Mass is well represented at the Department of Youth Services. So I am absolutely honored to be here today to speak before you about the department's mission, priorities, and the fiscal year 2025 House 2 budget. Since we last met, the department has been hard at work at implementing our current strategic plan and strategic goals that embody our values and provide a framework to help us fulfill our mission and vision. This work is in full alignment with our Secretariat's core commitments to supporting high-need adolescents and investing in economic empowerment for the young people and families we serve, as well as our workforce and our communities. This means we work together with other human service agencies and our community partners to remove barriers to positive youth development and to mitigate and eradicate where we can the racial and ethnic inequities that are endemic in our systems of care. Governor Healey's proposed fiscal year 2025 House 2 budget of just under $192 million allows us to maintain our strategic plan investments, and consistent with our mission, it allows us to improve and expand diversion opportunities and rehabilitative services for our young people, as well as promote family engagement and community supports, and ensure a fair and equitable juvenile justice system for all. So while the department has experienced a significant decline in its traditional census over the last 10 years, I will tell you that the profound decreases that we saw during the pandemic have largely resolved, and we have actually begun to see a modest increase in both our detained and committed censuses. We have not yet returned to our pre-pandemic numbers. However, the state's Juvenile Justice Policy and Data Board does predict that we may return to pre-criminal justice reform numbers, that would be 2018 numbers, within the next 2 years if recent patterns continue. The department's 10-year decline in census is really attributable to our significant investments in preventative work with our other child-serving agencies and our juvenile court partners, especially our recent partnership with the Office of the Child Advocate to create pilot diversion learning labs. We are very proud to report that as a result of our successful partnership with the Office of the Child Advocate, there are now opportunities for evidence-based, data-driven diversion in 7 counties across the Commonwealth, including Hampden. There have been, to date, over 400 referrals to diversion, and just hot off the presses, our numbers to date show for calendar year 2023 that 90% of youth were able to achieve successful outcomes through diversion. So we are extremely excited that the governor's budget supports DYS's assumption of full responsibility in a line item for this critical preventative programming, as well as provides for an increase in funding to meet both increased demands for services in existing locations, as well as to expand to 3 new locations. Our successful partnerships around prevention have meant that the department now serves a core population that typically presents with more acute needs and requires more specialized supports and services. Young people coming to DYS have significant trauma histories and trauma-reactive behaviors that require sophisticated staff responses. They and their families hail disproportionately from impoverished communities plagued by systemic racism. Approximately 80% of our young people identify as young people of color, compared to about 35% of the Massachusetts population for the same age range. And especially now, post-pandemic, if it really is post-pandemic, we really see that a significant number struggle academically and have significant unmet behavioral health and substance use needs. Governor Healy's budget allows DYS to meet our young people where they are right now and provide the individualized treatment and supports that they and their families need for our young people, not just to return home safely, but to thrive. So let me give you a few highlights about some of the investments that we've been making and that the governor's budget supports. The governor's budget supports our continued quality of life investments in our residential continuum. Those are investments that reflect youth and family voices and that we believe translate into safety in our programs as well as positive community connections. For example, it allows us to continue sourcing hygiene products and other everyday items through local small businesses that are responsive to the racial, ethnic, gender, and religious identities of the young people we serve. Also allows us to hire young adults with lived experiences and parent partners to inform our policies and strategic initiatives. Governor Healy's budget also allows us to maintain and expand our investments in educational and career readiness supports and vocational programming. Since fiscal year 23, we have doubled the number of vocational and career readiness program partners we have, and we have built out vocational spaces in our residential programs, like our fully functional, state-of-the-art recording studio on our Springfield campus, which received, I think, Senator Gomez's seal of approval. I believe, Representative Williams, you also saw it. And this is a place where our young people can not only bring their compositions to life, but they can master music production and concert staging. We are also extremely pleased to announce the rollout of our Enhanced Arts Initiative, which increases specialized programming and expertise in both our residential and community settings. We know that exposure to and participation in the arts are essential for youth growth, expression, and healing. And we are grateful for the opportunities that this budget affords us to help our young people find and share their voices. Now, none of these investments that are supported by the governor's budget would be possible or would really come to fruition unless we actually made similar investments in our workforce. We simply cannot provide the programming that our young people require for success without first ensuring we have a stable workforce that feels seen, valued, and safe. We are investing in flexible training opportunities that ensure our full-time staff as well as our part-time staff are equipped to address the complex needs of our young people. That includes trainings on racial equity and inclusion, gender-responsive modalities, trauma-informed care, and also how to best support our LGBTQ plus youth. And we have a newly recognized employee resource group whose mission is to foster a workplace culture that champions racial equity, inclusivity, and understanding through dialogue, education, and action. Budget also allows us to invest in recruitment strategies to ensure that we are hiring staff who reflect the youth and communities we serve. We continue our career fairs. We're hoping to get involved in one next week in this area of the state, and also our social media blasts. So please follow us on Instagram if you don't already. And we also are working with a consultant specifically on boosting our behavioral health workforce, because we've really struggled with challenges in clinical and behavioral health turnover in our programming. So we're working with a consultant on that to improve our recruitment and retention in that area. Finally, I will tell you, the governor's budget supports retention strategies, including our fully implemented mentorship program, where we have mentors who are assigned at training to our new employees, and they're available to coach our new employees as well as their supervisors throughout that crucial full first year with the department. These are just some brief highlights of the critical work that the governor's budget supports. And so we believe that this is critical work that will alter the trajectory of young people before they ever enter DYS, as well as support their safe and successful return to our communities. I thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to working with all of you and the entire legislature to fulfill our agency and secretariat core goals and objectives, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Commissioner, just in terms of, you talked about that youth diversion program, which is funded at $2.1 million.
Yes.
How does funding support the goals of your program, and do you anticipate using the full amount of funds?
We do anticipate using the full amount of funds.
That's a rhetorical question.
It is a rhetorical question, I suppose. So what it does is, what will happen now is that we will have a line item in our budget for the current functioning numbers of the diversion program in the 7 locations across the Commonwealth. So those locations will continue to be fully funded. What we've seen, which I think is a really great problem to have, is that in certain locations we are overwhelmed by the number of referrals. And so we need to build out staffing in certain areas of the state. And so the increase in funding will allow us to do that, as well as expand to 3 new locations. Now, right now, just so folks are aware, we are in Middlesex, Essex, Worcester, Hampden, Bristol, Plymouth, and Cape and the Islands. And so there aren't a ton of places left to go, but there are very important places that are still left to go. And also, we certainly could boost our funding in those locations to support an additional partner. And this is all through a request for proposal process where we contract with local community mental health and basically nonprofits in local communities that have roots and established ties to provide a whole host of services for our young people and their families.
All right. Rep. Duffy.
Hi there. Thank you for your testimony. And I love the message, you know, the growth in different kinds of programming. I love the engagement in my city of Holyoke. You know, these are familiar faces to me. So thanks very much. And I wanted to just go back to where you began when you talked about your census. And I'm not 100% sure what we should be thinking about the fluctuation in your census. And I sensed in your testimony that you were sort of feeling the same way. On the one hand, not during the lockdown or pandemic, but now, you know, there can be, it can be a good sign that the census is going down, but also I sensed that you were saying we should be also looking for the census to go up because it shows that our diversion programs are working. So I was just hoping you could talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So the numbers that we track in terms of our census actually do not include our diversion numbers.
Oh, okay.
So it really includes our more traditional census, which are young people who are detained awaiting further court action, or young people who are committed to our custody effectively in resolution of a pending case. And really, so since 2015, we've seen about a 45% decline in our census. And there are lots of important people who should take credit for that, including folks in this room, and really partnerships around prevention that really have made a huge difference. And as we went into the pandemic and really through the height of the pandemic, we really saw an artificial deflation in our numbers. I mean, that was really ground zero. Folks were only arresting, the police departments were only arresting who they absolutely had to. Juvenile court judges were only detaining who they absolutely felt they had to. And so we are starting to see an increase. Now, we are not fully back. It's about, I think we've seen about a 13% increase in the number of young people committed to our custody and a 19% increase in our detained figures. And that is to be expected, but really we still are not back to those pre-pandemic numbers. Though there is a projection based on increases that across the system, so young people who may not be detained or committed, but who have juvenile court matters pending, there has been an increase in the formal processing of what are considered misdemeanor offenses and less serious offenses, and that seems to be driving the Juvenile Justice Data Policy Board's projection that we could be seeing a return to the volume that we saw prior to the huge criminal reform package that passed in 2018. So we are tracking that very carefully. We do see a significant component of our population that has less serious offenses, and those tend to be young people who have much higher needs, so to speak. But that still is the bulk of our census, our young people with less serious offenses. So I think we're seeing increases that reflect cases being resolved in the courts. We're seeing increases that reflect that delayed resolution and perhaps young people not doing so well in the community on probation and really struggling post-pandemic. And that, I think, is what we're seeing that's driving that slight increase. But I think that the really good news is that with diversion and expanded diversion opportunities, we do have the opportunity to provide more comprehensive wraparound services for some of those young people so they don't need to be detained or committed.
Thank you. That helps me think about that a lot. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're very
outstanding, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Great work. Just like to see the fruits actually blossoming now. So just wanted to say that. I had no questions. You answered them all in your presentation. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you.
Gomez. Thank you all.
Mass Rehabilitation Commission. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioner.
Good
Morning.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Ready to go?
Ready to go. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Chair Gomez. Would help if I put my glasses on. And distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. As you know, my name is Toni Wolf, and I am the Commissioner of Massachusetts Rehabilitation Commission. Soon, hopefully, Massability with your support in passing our legislation. Today, I'm with our Chief Financial Officer, Mo. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Mo Vasquez, CFO at MRC.
So we are honored today to speak about our mission, our priorities, and our objectives, and to speak about Governor Healy's House 2 fiscal year 2025 budget. Our agency, for those that may not know, was established in 1965, based on veterans, actually, and veterans with disabilities. And what it brings to people's lives is about employment at its foundation. Over the years, we've expanded our services in the community by providing services that meet people with disabilities where they are, literally and metaphorically. Our agency today is about pride and self-determination, about rights and equal access. It's about building a future, about being fully present and counted in the world. Governor Healy's proposed budget of $86.4 million will aid our agency to continue to recruit, retain, and train our dedicated workforce, new initiatives and new service models, and make strategic investments in technology. Our programs focus on career services, home and community life, and assisting the Social Security Administration to determine eligibility for benefits. Our career services, previously known as vocational rehabilitation, expand participants' ability to work in the community and create economic sustainability. Our home and community life services foster independence and expands participation in the community. Now, if someone's ability to work is limited because of a disability, our disability determination services, guided by the Social Security Administration, is here to determine disability eligibility, the first step for many accessing federal benefits. Governor Healey's proposed budget will continue to support us to advance equity and access to our services, improve our processes in participant support and responsiveness, build technology infrastructure to drive innovation, and improve continually customer service. The administration, with the leadership of Secretary Walsh, has advanced collaboration with our sister agencies as we all embrace using facts, metrics, and data to guide our strategic decisions, aligning our agency goals and objectives together. Now, let me just mention a few of our highlights from this past year. Individuals seeking agency services have varying needs, ranging from linkages to employers, to home modifications, to community supports. Prior to the pandemic, each of our programs required a separate application and a separate and different eligibility process, which created, understandably, a lengthy and multi-step process for individuals. We have now launched what we're calling right now MRC Connect statewide. MRC Connect allows applicants to visit a virtual gateway and complete one single application and connects them to a broad range of services across our division. In addition to the online application, the agency also created MRC Connect Unit, a dedicated and diverse team that supports individuals looking for information, assist them through the application process, all right, as well as really helping around information navigation, providing strong customer service, and language access. With the creation of this new integrated unit, our career counselors and our case managers are no longer responsible for determining eligibility, which has then allowed them to work directly with the individual and engage quicker and more rapidly. Because of the integrated program approach, right now, 24% of participants now receive more than one service across the agency. Since rolling out MRC Connect statewide, we have seen an average of 1,500 applications monthly, compared to 800 a month during pre-pandemic times. So we now attribute this increase in our application accessibility, our ability to market our services, and as well as new models of service and a robust external and events strategy. Now, we are certainly concerned about this demand. The agency continues to address and plan for increased volume by closely monitoring weekly data and investing in additional staffing resources, as well as an IT solution. And we just saw yesterday an AI tool that we're very eager to implement, so watch out, MRC. The agency has also invested in development of a centralized database management system that streamlines information sharing across divisions. We're also in the process of launching a portal that will allow participants and providers to access documents, upload information, and actually request appointments, and so much more. By investing in technology advancements and implementing a holistic case management system, we have improved coordination and outcomes for our constituents and enabled data-driven decision-making. Now let's talk a little bit about our young adults and our youth. The national data on disability employment and race paint a grim picture, especially for young adults. According to the United States Department of Labor, the labor force participation rate for persons with disabilities is still at 20%, compared to 66% for those without a disability. Now, among young adults with a disability, only 44% were employed, compared to 70% of same-age youth without disabilities. We are working to change that. Thanks to a competitive $17 million innovation grant from the Federal Rehabilitation Services Administration, we launched Next Gen Careers, a program that helps young people age 18 to 30 with disabilities explore the world of work. And I'm proud to say that we have enrolled 50% of our targeted 1,000 young adults since the program began in 2022. Whether next geners are interested in a certificate program, on-the-job training, apprenticeship, or internships, the program pairs individuals with a team of dedicated experts in counseling, financial wellness, and peer support that guides every step of the individual. Comprised of mentors, counselors, benefit advisors, employment specialists, the Next Gen team focuses on partnering with participants to find their best career pathway. Next Gen recently launched what we're calling Career Exploration Academy, a connect career opportunities in the STEM field. And our partners have included Mass General, Middlesex Community College, Quisigamit Community College, Roxbury Community College, and now that I've heard the president today, Springfield will come next. Our Home and Community Life program also plays an intricate role in providing services for individuals to become self-sufficient. Last year, we served over 12,000 participants through our programs, which included our independent living centers, Turning 22 youth programs, supported living, home care, accessible housing registry, and assistive technology, both in training and device management. And lastly, we also provide services in our community-based residential day and support services for persons with brain injuries. Last year, 984 individuals were supported to move into their communities, and more than 274 individuals received home and vehicle modifications. All these individuals were able to return back to their home. Now let me just talk a little bit about who we are and who we serve. The societal stigma around disabilities stems from misconceptions and a lack of knowledge, has a significant impact on those making both hiring and housing decisions. But together, we are tackling the unconscious bias and closing the gap between people's perception of what disability looks like versus the complex, sometimes invisible reality. A non-visible disability is a disability or mental health condition that is not immediately obvious. It can defy stereotypes of what people think individuals with disabilities are. And it limits access to what they need. nearly half of the individuals we serve, 48%, have invisible disabilities. So therefore, in September of 2023, we launched a supported living expansion pilot project in which we support individuals in nursing facilities moving into the community with mental health and substance use barriers. Rapid engagement is at the forefront of programs, so participants can immediately begin engagement and eligibility process. The program utilizes a unique combination of provider expertise in addition to peer support through our independent living centers and recovery centers. By utilizing this team approach, we're able to build trust and rapport with historically underserved populations and empower participants to choose their support team. This program was made possible through the funding of the ARPA American Rescue Plan Act and provides health services and supports, adaptive equipment, assistance with obtaining and maintaining housing, managing benefits, assistance with financial and household management, and again, assistive technology and transportation. I'm pleased to share that our partnership with the Department of Mental Health also continues to grow this past year, serving over 2,000 job seekers. Through these partnerships, mental health specialty career counselors work with both providers and DMH and participants to explore their career interests, access their needs, and provide competitive employment. Our partnership, which began in July of 19, is now firmly established across the Commonwealth, with specialty mental health counselors working collaboratively with our providers to ensure employment is possible for those living with serious mental health conditions. Some of the training that people are accessing to give you an idea of the types of jobs these individuals are interested in is addiction counseling, human service worker training, cybersecurity training, and pharmacy technician training. Through our Empower to Employ program, a partnership with the Department of Transitional Assistance, we have successfully maximized opportunities for hundreds of individuals with disabilities receiving transitional aid to families with dependent children. Our shared vision is to continue to use a jointly funded model of engagement and co-case management approach to provide individualized and meaningful services, leading to sustained employment, economic sustainability, and family stability of those individuals part of DTA with this, and MRC. In FY23, 445 individuals participated in the program, and just recently we have received 225 new referrals. We know that businesses benefit from hiring individuals with disabilities. Having an inclusive workforce improves company culture, builds trust, and fosters a positive, inclusive environment. Employees with disabilities have a unique lived experience, offering specific perspectives, skill sets, and representation than other non-disabled employees can do. Last year, we served 21,000 job seekers through our career services. The individuals we placed into careers earned salaries that collectively totaled $75.6 million in the first year of their employment. The estimated public benefit savings from these individuals entering the workforce in Massachusetts was $21 million. Now, to foster a culture of innovation and change, we must start from within. It's not enough to simply say we value innovation. We must live it and breathe it every day. That means making it part of our DNA and infusing it into every aspect of our work. We are building an environment where curiosity is reinforced, creativity is encouraged and developed. This generates, I know, the kind of culture that has results. Our Office of Learning and Community Engagement ensures individuals with disabilities and their family members participate in decision-making spaces within the agency and serve as our ambassadors. Individual and family voice, which we've continually heard today, build trust and engagement with the disability community. The office recently developed, designed, and launched an Agency Service Experience Survey, an innovative data collection platform to assess participant, staff, our provider, and our employee experiences and engagements with our agency. By having a more complete, real-time understanding of the experiences of MRC participants, the agency is better positioned to continually develop and deliver services that meet the changing needs of our constituents, our employers, and our workforce. Now, when we began our rebranding journey over 3 years ago, we wanted to honor the history of the disability movement while propelling it forward. We understand that our name and language needed to inspire a catalyst for change. We are telling our story through this new understanding of why the name Massability matters. At the most fundamental level, we are not just building a brand for an agency. We are creating an identity for the idea that all of us, regardless of disability, deserve to be able to live life on their own terms. Broadening the perspective of what we do and why it matters will go a long way telling our story in a way that engages and excites participants, team members, employers, and the general public. Now, I am very grateful to the Joint Committee on State Administrations and Regulatory Oversight for advancing the governor's bill, and grateful to her enthusiasm of the name Massability to change our name, remove harmful terms, and really hate speech in the language so that we can now live and breathe very different. I really want to foster the importance of this legislation and really implore you and all your colleagues to please pass this legislation. We know there's much work ahead, in case you haven't noticed. And we are committed to our role of providing a wider range of services that meet people with disabilities where they are. Again, literally and metaphorically. Our agency operates as an agency of change in people's lives. The House 2 budget of $86.4 million, submitted by Governor Healy and Secretary Walsh, supports our continued progress and allows the agency to strategically utilize funds that meet the needs of people with disabilities. We are grateful to Governor Healy, Secretary Walsh, and each and one of you for your unwavering support of our agency and, most importantly, for people with disabilities. With that gratitude in mind, I ask you to support the governor's proposal that will empower us to continue to provide imperative services, strengthening our partnerships, and continually building an agency that is responsive, agile, and flexible to address the societal barriers that individuals with disabilities face each day. We believe in a common truth. When we all work together, we expand what's possible for people with disabilities. Mo and I are grateful to each one of you and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have just one quick question. In terms of the Independent Living Center, which will be funded, level funded at $8 million, which is the same funding since FY19. Is that enough money to secure your program?
It's a great question, and I really appreciate it. I think that I know that the Independent Living Centers are working, each and one of you, to really advocate on their behalf. We have looked at some of the revisions that they were not spent, and we feel at this moment in time, we have the ability to fund them at the same level. Again, we will look at this again next year to make sure that all the dollars are spent wisely.
Okay, thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question you answered, and just talking about the rebranding process of the organization's name with the proposed legislation that was in the H2 of massability. Thank you for that answer, and detailing on the reasons why. Also in H2, it proposes $28.7 million for head injury treatment services. That's 751,000, 2.7% increase over the FY 2024 budget. What programs or initiatives are supported by the additional funding made available in House 2 for head injury treatment services?
You want to answer it?
Thank you, Senator Gomes. It's treating for the clients that are serving change in need services and some newly eligible clientele that has joined the program in this past current year. So we want to make sure they receive the same adequate services as other members that are currently funded through that program in brain injury.
The other, can I just add, the other one also is Chapter 257. We know that our providers are needing adequate staffing. And in order to do that, we needed to increase our rates.
No problem. Just more into that question is that funding necessary just for this budget season, or is it you're going to be looking for that for the time being for next budget?
We're going to continue to forecast out
Okay.
our needs. I think the issue that Mo is raising is the changing needs of the individuals we serve. If people have more medical complexity to their lives, we need to address that. So it is always something that we look at.
Thank you for that answer. Anybody else with questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony and for all you do. More of a comment and maybe a question in there too. I assume you're aware of the permanent commission that the legislature put together on Commission for the Status of Folks with Disabilities and the work that we're doing around employment. Have you had some conversations with Denise Garlick and Iman, our executive director, on that? Okay,
Yes.
That's terrific,
Yeah,
because there's so many people out there that are willing and able to work, that have disabilities, and we're struggling to try to get the business community, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, to try to get involved and realize what a great benefit they would be for their organizations. And with unemployment being the lowest in decades, they're looking for people. So whatever thoughts you can help with to help get that connection would be appreciated.
Yeah, we actually have participated on the commission several times and actually presented just recently on the tax credit that's offering to employers another tool, all right, for employers to be able to think about hiring people with disabilities. I want to also push our legislation because with our new name, we're planning on doing an employer campaign. So again, these are things that we really want to make sure is really in the forefront in the future.
Thank you. Hearing none. Thank you, Commissioner, and
Thank you.
good luck going forward in your forecasting. Department of Transitional Assistance, Commissioner McHugh. Transitional Assistance. Transitional Assistance.
Good afternoon, Chairman Williams, Chairman Gomez, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Jeff McHugh. I'm privileged to serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Transitional Assistance. I'm joined at the dais today by our Chief Financial Officer, Rachel Goldstein. It's an honor to be here in Springfield to offer this testimony at Springfield Technical Community College. a pivotal partner of the Department of Transitional Assistance. Our collaboration with STCC dates back to October of 2019, when they became a SNAP Path to Work provider, connecting people who receive SNAP to employment and training opportunities. Over the past 4 years, STCC has expanded its offerings to DTA clients and now provides access to a variety of programs, including digital literacy skills, EMT training, courses to become CNAs, and more. Partnerships like the one we share with STCC serve as catalysts for uplifting families and entire communities. And it is a delight to be here today, providing my testimony amidst the inspiring environment of this campus. DTA's mission is to assist and empower low-income individuals and families to meet their basic needs, improve their quality of life, and achieve long-term economic self-sufficiency. The department's core programs address food insecurity, economic assistance, and job training. Since 2019, the department has seen unprecedented caseload growth in response to the economic realities that many are facing. As of now, we support 1 in 6 residents of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The team at DTA has done an outstanding job to meet this increased caseload, and I'm honored to represent them here today. As we look forward to fiscal year 25 and our budget, we have 4 key priorities that are effectively driving our work. Helping to address affordability through nutritional and economic assistance, investing in economic mobility so individuals and families can permanently exit public benefits with wages that can support a family, to promote equity by removing any access barriers, and continuously improve the customer experience. Your support for Governor Healey's fiscal year 2025 budget will help us to meet the basic needs of Massachusetts' most vulnerable residents and promote economic mobility. I'd like to briefly walk you through the department's recent history and the composition of its staff and clients. As I mentioned, DTA's caseload has grown. Since July 2019, DTA's average monthly caseload has increased by 50% across all of our programs. DTA has also partnered with Housing and Livable Communities, local providers, and our colleague agencies in human services to meet the demands of new entrants to our Commonwealth. The department has more than 1,800 dedicated employees working throughout the Commonwealth in 21 offices across the state. With the legislature's financial support in the FY24 closeout supplemental budget, the department is able to hire 300 new staff members who are in training or soon to be in training to fill critical roles here at DTA. I thank you for this investment in our service delivery system and in our committed and compassionate workforce. The largest program within the Department of Transitional Assistance is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP. As of December 2023, there are over 1 million SNAP recipients in Massachusetts. About 1/4 of them are older adults, 1/4 have a disability, and 1/3 are children. Almost 70% of these households live below the federal poverty line. That's $20,040 annually for a household of 2. SNAP puts food purchasing dollars in the hands of Commonwealth residents by bringing in $3 billion federal dollars annually, providing people the resources to feed their families with culturally appropriate, healthy foods. As a companion to the Universal School Meals Program enacted through last year's budget, this summer, DTA will be one of several states to introduce the Summer EBT program. This program will produce additional nutrition support to low-income children, providing $40 per month per child for June, July, and August, bringing in another $64 million in federal money to Massachusetts. One of the department's fastest growing programs within its food security efforts has been the Healthy Incentives Program. HIP, as the Healthy Incentives Program is known, helps SNAP recipients access fresh, locally grown produce by putting money back on their EBT card when they purchase fruits and vegetables from local farm vendors. These dollars represent an investment with a multi-pronged impact. They help families get more out of their SNAP benefit, which allows them to improve their nutrition and leads to better health outcomes. HIP also plays a role in supporting local farms and generating economic activity. In 2023, DTA added 100 new HIP vendors. 41 of those vendors were the first HIP vendors in their respective municipalities. This increased the numbers of cities and towns with a HIP vendor from 279 to 320, including 24 locations right here in Springfield. Now, 91% of the cities and towns in Massachusetts house a HIP vendor. Thank you. In addition to its nutrition programs, the department also administers 3 economic assistance programs that support parents and caregivers, children, older adults, and people with disabilities. The state's Transitional Aid to Families with Dependent Children program, which is both state and federally funded, provides financial assistance to families with children and pregnant women with little or no income. The governor's budget maintains TAFDC's current eligibility and benefit levels. To maintain benefit levels, this budget is increasing TAFDC funding by $100 million in 2025. The Emergency Aid to the Elderly, Disabled, and Children's program and the Supplemental Security State Supplement program both provide benefits to help uplift those in need in the Commonwealth. The department's FY25 budget also makes investments to support assisting families in achieving long-term economic mobility. Our mission is to help families successfully transition from benefit programs to meaningful participation in today's workforce by utilizing DTA collaborations with employment and training providers statewide. The Pathways to Work program connects individuals to employment, education, and training opportunities that lead to tailored paths in high-demand careers. These services address barriers to employment, prepare DTA clients for gainful careers and wages that can support them and their families, as well as address key workforce gaps across the Commonwealth. By integrating these job training programs with support services and resources, we were able to empower clients to acquire the skills and credentials essential for higher paying jobs. As many of you know, the Executive Office of Health and Human Services has also been working toward integrated and eligibility enrollment for its programs and services. The Commonwealth continues to work with DTA very much at the table toward simplified and integrated application and eligibility, and we're currently working to combine the applications for SNAP and economic assistance through our web and mobile platforms. Through collaboration with other human services agencies and the Executive Office, Mass Health applications now include the option to begin applying for SNAP simply by checking a box on the Mass Health application. DTA has also collaborated with the Department of Public Health to ensure qualifying clients have a simplified system to receive Women, Infants, and Child Nutrition Program WIC benefits. The next phase of the integrated eligibility project will involve a combined client portal called My Services, which will provide clients with one place to go for information and access to services across multiple agencies. Recently, DTA and EOHS began collaborating with the MBTA to streamline eligibility for the MBTA's proposed low-income fare program. This increased access to transportation also supports clients and families in securing higher economic mobility. The department has also made major investments in its own IT resources that have enabled increased access for clients while improving the capabilities of our staff. DTA now offers an online application for all of its programs, has expanded the type of transactions that can be completed from a cell phone, while maintaining 20 local office case management sites to clients that are open 5 days a week. In support of customer experience and true to our role as a steward of public funds, the department continues to deliver public benefits with integrity, including our ongoing work of safeguarding client benefits amidst unconscionable increases in illicit actions. In recent months, we have seen an increase in benefit thefts, consistent with some of the benefit thefts that were seen during the height of the pandemic. These often involve skimming, where criminals steal information from devices placed on ATMs or point-of-sale devices. DTA is committed to collaborating with local, state, and federal law enforcement, the Federal and Nutrition Services, and our EBT card vendor and retailers to enhance benefit security. We strive to protect our clients' benefits, investigating where we can, and replacing those benefits in a timely manner. The department will continue to provide resources to its clients to better protect their EBT cards, and we always look to new ways to combat these ongoing insidious skimming activities. The department is also seeking to be on the front lines of this payment security effort. DTA was selected as one of 5 states as a national pilot to implement and test a mobile payment method. Starting in late 2025, DTA clients will be able to use their cell phones to use as an electronic version of their EBT card stored in their mobile wallet. The governor's budget provides nearly $1 million in FY25 to fund the development of this pilot. With the legislature's support, this timely and crucial investment in payment security for public benefit dollars will enable clients to have access to technology that is currently available with most modern private banks. The department has worked to ensure our programs are accessible and available to all who needs them. The department's budget supports this mission by providing $1.7 million in funding for the department's accessibility initiatives like language interpretation services and improved disability access. Our clients are some of the most vulnerable populations in the Commonwealth, and it is our solemn mission to provide them with the resources they need to improve their quality of life and achieve long-term economic self-sufficiency. The department recently, just in the last few weeks, completed a major project that allows us to issue notices to clients in 6 languages, and we will soon be able to provide large print notices in late 2024. The Healy-Driscoll administration's fiscal year 2025 budget proposal funds DTA at $1.2 billion, enabling the department to advance these agency priorities and build on recent successes. I thank you all for your continued partnership, your support in addressing food and economic insecurity, and for your help in promoting economic mobility. I'm happy to take any questions that committee members may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner McHugh. Welcome back to Springfield, and great to see you again.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, then I will open it up for the rest of the committee to ask any questions. Can you review the trends on caseloads and benefit levels for TAFDC, EAE, DC, SSI, and SNAP, and what have been the fiscal impacts of these trends?
I have somewhat of a unique perspective on this, having served as commissioner of the agency from 2015 to 2019, and then having rejoined the department back in July. When I left in 2019, I thought our caseloads were high. Our overall caseload level, we were serving about 735,000 people in the SNAP program. Coming back in July, as I mentioned, that number now is 1.1 million. Now that's the SNAP program, and again, that is federally funded, and these are federal benefits that are going in place. We have seen the same 50% increase in our caseload extend to some of our cash assistance programs like TAFDC as well. These are programs that effectively serve as entitlements and require a level of funding to make sure that we are providing these in. So we have seen a significant increase with respect to our need to support that. On the back end of the public health emergency and the pandemic, Our goal now is to really double down on our economic mobility efforts and to match some of the key workforce gaps that have been identified with the Commonwealth, partner with workforce development, other entities, Commissioner Wolf, other agencies that are in the business of actually supporting what we would consider common clients, to be able to bring the caseload to a level which effectively complements good outcomes for the families we serve.
Also, can you explain the proposed 1.5 reduction in employment services programs?
The reductions in employment services are effectively, as I think some of my colleagues have said, are really an attempt to take a look at programs where, in fact, we've exacted some reversions in the past, and to be able to make sure that we're delivering programs as efficiently as possible. We continue to work with our partners in this space to make sure that they are funded appropriately. We in turn also make sure that we recognize some of our obligations under Chapter 257 and make sure that providers are effectively funded and can support the slots necessary for us to helping people on the continuum for economic mobility.
Thank you. Any questions to my left? Representative Ramos, and then after Representative down at the bottom. I apologize, I can't remember. Representative Kearns, I apologize. On my right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representatives, have any questions?
So you mentioned the recent skimming incident. My office received a number of phone calls last month relative to that skimming incident. Constituents complaining about having their benefits stolen, and there was a delay in getting their benefits replaced. I'm encouraged by your effort to try to create the mobile wallet. I think that's a great idea, but that you mentioned that that's going to be implemented sometime in late 2025. And so what are we doing in the meantime to prevent that from happening again?
Representative, thank you for the question. I can't state in a more emphatic way how outrageous the behavior has been from what I would characterize as a fairly sophisticated crime syndicate, which is engaged in a way where they prey on arguably some of the most vulnerable among us. We saw, as I mentioned, in February, a spike in skimming activity where effectively a predatory population was holding on to certain private information from our clients, effectively waited until our clients received their benefits in February and swooped in and skimmed these. These are not skimming activities that are happening from the communities next to you or anywhere in the Commonwealth. What we're seeing, these skimming activities, and we're able to document this through our analytics, are happening largely out of state. New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, no state is left out of this activity. I mentioned that the numbers in February were extremely high. We have engaged in a number of responses, and quite honestly, I hate playing defense on this, and what we're trying to do is to play offense. We have engaged in very high-level outreach to clients. We have done outreach to our community partners, through our advocates. We'd like to do it through you. We've certainly talked to many of your offices, unfortunately, in response to the crush that has come up. We recognize our obligation to provide replacement benefits as quickly as possible. On a regular basis, given the relatively low number of skimming activities that happen on a month-to-month basis, we're able to turn those replacement benefits around in a 5-day span. Given the crush that happened in February, we weren't able to keep the 5-day turnaround, but I have staff allocated and effectively doing overtime to make sure that we're addressing the needs of people that have effectively lost their benefit. For this most recent issuance in March, We tried to be exceptionally more proactive and will continue this practice and build on it going forward. Each one of our clients was texted the day before their benefits arrived in March, and they were asked, directed as much as we could, certainly encouraged, to be able to change their PIN, to be able to move away. Our EBT cards, why they're unfortunately vulnerable to preying is that these are the old EBT cards, they operate on mag strips, where it's a national issue that we're facing here, and the technology is somewhat primitive. And so the best things that clients can do is effectively be proactive and change their PINs to get out in front of anybody that attempts to come in the next day and from another state seeks to try to skim or engage in some kind of manual punch of a processing machine to be able to invade upon their benefits. We've seen a significant reduction. It's not a zero, and we're not going to rest until it's a zero. But we saw a significant reduction, about an 80% reduction in skimming in March from our February totals. So we are doing that. On the federal level, it's interesting seeing this happening in other states. Congress the Farm Bill is going to be debated very aggressively in the next several months. One of the things that's going to be, I think, front and center on the Farm Bill is looking at smart investments in technology that allow us to look at the existing EBT card, install chip technology, install other safeguards that effectively can keep the kind of things that are being deployed on individuals' credit cards right now need to be deployed on the EBT card. As I mentioned, the mobile wallet, we think that is a really smart technology that will help us to get out in front. But we can't rest on this. This has to be a national response, because I can't underscore, this is not a small-time crooked enterprise that's based out of some locality anywhere in the Commonwealth. This is a very sophisticated group that comes in, that effectively steals data, keeps it on the dark web, and then one day decides to drop it down and deploy it, and effectively does so by preying on the most vulnerable individuals in the Commonwealth.
Is that it? Representative Kearns?
I'm riveted by what I'm almost forgetting my question, except that that is shocking, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you're a step ahead and that just changing the PIN can help. I assume the FBI is involved in investigating?
Department of Justice, FBI, this has been elevated through a number of groups. We also, locally certainly work with the Attorney General's office and other entities, because we found, but usually, Representative, what we're able to identify locally is an individual that's very low down the chain, and we're not able to necessarily navigate up through them to get some of the folks that might be higher up in the level. This is really, a federal piece. I mentioned some recent legislation. It's really about pushing this issue to its appropriate place in the law enforcement, looking at laws and sanctions associated with individuals that effectively invade this space.
Thank you. If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
So 2 questions. One, I bet this has been solved, but since you've brought up methods of payment in the community, I had a constituent who used to go he brought produce to the farmer's market, and he said, we need the card readers. Has that been solved?
I believe.
I mean, it was more than a year ago, so.
So, Representative, I'm gonna make sure you have the number of our ombuds office, just because I don't know the vendor. I can tell you that where we have come, and I applaud the legislature, I applaud the federal government, and some of the work that went on during the pandemic in investing in some of the infrastructure around card readers and some of the processing thing. I suspect that's probably fixed, But if it isn't, I would say the technology's come a long way, equipment's come a long way. I was around when the Healthy Incentive Program was rolled out back in 15, 16, 17. One of the big issues that we dealt with there was equipment, and whether the equipment worked and how difficult it was to get, and whether it needed Wi-Fi or not to be able to move some of that stuff, which is a challenge in a farmer's market environment. I suspect it's probably fixed, but I'd like to give you our numbers so we can follow up just to make sure that's addressed.
That would be great. And one last one. Like everyone here, I'm sure, I am getting a huge uptick in phone calls from older people in their 60s and 70s who are facing eviction because they cannot make the rent payment now that the landlord has jacked up the rent by several $100s. What is the approximate, I represent an area on the North Shore, Danvers, Peabody, Middleton, Topsfield, Wenham. For a gentleman or a woman who does not have children, what assistance are they apt to be eligible for?
They could be, excuse me, Representative, they could be, depending upon their circumstances, they could be eligible for our EAEDC program, which effectively provides some opportunities for elder, low-income individuals to be able to support them for that. If they're currently receiving SSI, they may be eligible for a supplement. There's also, we run a statewide senior office for SNAP. And again, I mentioned our ombudsperson's office.
Okay, I'll follow up.
I am more than happy, and I extend this to every individual on the committee, an opportunity to look at situations where you raise them. We can promote a level of intimate case management to make sure that we look at all the options available for supporting people within your constituency.
I thank you. I'll find you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I just have one quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Healthy Incentive Program, HIP, received a $20 million increase
Did.
in House 2 as opposed to a 5.5 appropriation in 24. Why such an increase?
Largely the popularity of the program, and I think the $5.5 million that was in there is a little bit deceptive in that there was an additional $9 million prior appropriation continued that was carried into the program to keep the program running. The program, as many as 50,000 households now are using the Healthy Incentive Program per month. And that is remarkable. That really ensures the growth. The investment that is in House 2 in the governor's budget will effectively ensure that the Healthy Incentive Program will run fully and uninterrupted for FY25. Some of you may remember in previous testimony I've offered in previous years before the group, the Healthy Incentive Program has taken off in terms of its popularity. We had a couple years in which we had to suspend the program, which not only caused problems for our clients, but for farmers. It effectively put them in a really bad place with respect to their planning, their seeding schedule, and their planting schedule. And the assurance of having full funding to make sure there's no interruption in services in 25, I think is embraced not only by our clients, but by the agricultural community as well.
And how will the funds be used to reach more people who are receiving SNAP benefits and therefore qualified for HIP who aren't aware of the program?
We continue to market the program. As I mentioned, this is a matching program that effectively affords individuals receiving SNAP, depending upon their family composition, to receive either a $40, $60, or an $80 addition. So effectively, somebody will go to a farmer's market, purchase some healthy produce at a farmer's market, with utilizing their SNAP dollars, and then immediately will have that number matched with HIP dollars. up to each month. It's a magical program that a number of states are marketing. We work very closely. We have 104 community partners that we not only engage with, but we enable to work as a conduit to allow them to receive federal dollars to help us to market this program and to be able to move it forward. It also complements a lot of the work that we do around SNAP education, where we fulfill our responsibilities to make sure that people are engaging in healthy eating and nutritional support, effectively leading toward higher health outcomes.
Okay, thank you.
No, I have no other questions. Welcome back to Springfield. I know when it gets a little bit warmer, we'll see you at another farmer's market.
Certainly will. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah, who's?
It's Mass Commission of Death and Hard Hearing.
Mass Commission of Death, hard hearing. On the clock. Oh, then we got the blind. Blind, all right.
And then we have 3 more.
Commissioner Satonwa.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Chair Gomez, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Dr. Opelewa Shotornwa, and I am the Commissioner of the Massachusetts Commission of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I'd also like to recognize our CFO, Saheen Makuria, who's here with us, as well as our legal counsel, who wears many hats at MCDHH, Caitlin Parton. I'd also like to recognize the team of communication access providers who are here today working to make sure these proceedings are fully accessible. And I'd like to acknowledge the important role of the State House ADA coordinator, Carl Richardson, for the amazing work that he does, ensuring that every state proceeding and hearing is fully accessible on behalf of Governor Healy. I appreciate the opportunity to join you today to discuss Governor Healy's fiscal year 2025 budget and our department's important work in support of the 1.4 million Massachusetts residents who are deaf and hard of hearing. MCDHH has a dedicated and passionate staff of 57 full-time employees, over 40% of whom are deaf or hard of hearing themselves. We are responsible for ensuring quality and timely communication access for all deaf and hard of hearing individuals in Massachusetts. We serve as the referral service for all American Sign Language, or ASL, interpretation and communication access real-time translation, or CART captioning requests in Massachusetts. This includes interpretation requests for meetings, hearings, press conferences, court and legal proceedings, medical settings, various emergencies, and more. Part of our mandate as the primary communication access service in Massachusetts is to ensure a high-quality, robust workforce of ASL English interpreters who can fill the requests as needed. With that in mind, MCDHH offers interpreter training, mentorship, quality assurance, and technical assistance. We are also responsible for the provision of critical client support and independent living services for deaf and hard of hearing individuals across Massachusetts. Today, I am proud to walk you through Governor Healy's $11 million MCDHH budget proposal, supporting our continued efforts to ensure equal access to all of the excellent public services, opportunities, and benefits that Massachusetts has to offer. A $1.6 million increase over the FY24 GAA, this budget contains several critical investments to improve communication access in all areas, where we currently are lacking, bringing Massachusetts closer to the Healey-Driscoll administration's goal of a more accessible, equitable, and inclusive state for all. Now I'll talk about expanding communication access. Governor Healey's FY25 budget proposal provides much-needed investments in MCDHH's communication access work, which ensures deaf and hard of hearing residents can access critical services and participate in Massachusetts life without the stress of communication barriers. American Sign Language interpreters and CART captioners are a mandated component of statewide service delivery, as well as a critical tool for all public officials and agencies in this state to ensure that residents can access and understand important messaging and announcements. Demands for these services has risen immensely in recent years as our partners across government move to become inclusive wherever and whenever possible. We celebrate this culture shift, while at the same time recognizing the strain it has put on our interpreter workforce. We continue to fill all requests to the best of our ability, and this budget will support and expand our efforts. We have also seen the demand for vlogs or video blogs, where information is conveyed using ASL. This has grown exponentially over the past few years, and we see this demand will only continue to grow as their value as an inclusivity tool is recognized on a national stage. Thus, we project the vlog, ASL interpreting, and CART captioning services expenditure will be significantly higher than in prior years. Governor Healey's budget proposal includes an additional $250,000 to invest in the after-hours emergency referral service, which makes communication access providers available outside of regular business hours, as well as on holidays and weekends, for deaf and hard of hearing individuals experiencing emergency situations. This program helps people in crisis be able to communicate with police, doctors, and other staff to ensure full communication access for critical and sensitive situations, such as rape kit collection, emergency restraining orders, car accidents, mental health crises, overdoses, and emergency detox placements. Also, reporting of a violent crime or other crime, COVID-19, and other medical or judicial emergencies. As the primary provider of communication access services in Massachusetts, MCDHH is responsible for assuring the quality of all contracted interpreters. Through our interpreter screening program, we conduct regular interviews with all new deaf and hearing interpreters, including a specialized legal review for those who are trained to interpret in legal settings. Notably, this program has not been changed in over 20 years and is in urgent need of updating. Based on conversations with stakeholders, we propose a comprehensive screening program redesign to create a program that reflects the significant evolution that has occurred and continues to occur in the interpreting field. We anticipate this redesign project will take 3 to 4 years to complete, continuing through at least FY26, with the majority of the work achieved during FY25. Now I'd like to talk about workforce challenges. As it stands, the largest hindrance to communication access in Massachusetts is undoubtedly our shrinking workforce. Although we work diligently to fill as many referral requests as we can, our options are limited by the dwindling availability of qualified interpreters. We are in the midst of an acute shortage in ASL interpreters and CART captioners, an issue that was only compounded by the effects of the pandemic. The interpreters we do have are experiencing burnout, moving out of state, and or reaching retirement age. Despite our best efforts, we have been unable to successfully grow and retain the pool of interpreters due to natural attrition that occurs during long spells when there is no training or interim support, such as formal mentorship, peer-to-peer mentorship, communities of practice, etc. We are well aware of the impact that this has on our deaf and hard of hearing community, and we are determined to fix it. With that in mind, the H2 budget includes a pivotal $300,000 ASL interpreter workforce development investment. This funding will support recruitment, training, and hands-on field experience and mentorship opportunities for new interpreters. The program will place a particular emphasis on expanding and diversifying the pool of interpreters who are qualified to work in high-profile and platform settings, as well as in other areas of critical need, such as medical, mental health, substance use disorder, and government settings. This is a first-of-its-kind effort that will fill an acute gap in communication access services for the deaf and hard of hearing community. Specifically, I'd like to address high-profile and platform interpreting. This refers to any event where the interpreter is on stage and or on screen with the speaker, such as press conferences, legislative hearings, public events, public hearings, conferences, or anything else remotely high profile. It is here we experience the most extreme workforce shortages. Platform interpreting requires a unique skill set and intensive training, a training that has only ever been offered by MCDHH. Unfortunately, financial constraints have limited our ability to offer any such trainings in recent years. Only a handful have occurred in the past decade. The result is a steadily shrinking pool of qualified platform interpreters, and a situation that will continue to deteriorate as many of these interpreters reach retirement age. We take our responsibility for communication access very seriously, and we are committed to building a diverse, stable, and resilient workforce of interpreters who possess the skills, knowledge, and ability to navigate the broad spectrum of high-profile settings. To this end, through conversations with the ASL Subject Matter Expert Consulting Group, known as a SMEC, we have created a new comprehensive training series to prepare interpreters for public-facing platform interpreting jobs. This workshop series involves building a foundation in comprehension, depth of processing information, and the skills needed to perform various types of high-profile interpreting services. This training series should exponentially increase the number of interpreters available for legislative and executive events and hearings, which is a pivotal step forward in making our state government more transparent and more accessible for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. Next, I'd like to talk about physical and behavioral health interpretation specifically. The Healy-Driscoll administration has made healthcare access a priority, both physical and behavioral alike. With this in mind, MCDHH has created a roadmap to increase and diversify the pools of interpreters who are qualified to interpret in medical, mental health, and substance use disorder settings. This includes a comprehensive training series and requisite mentorship program, which will be led by experts and people with lived experience, giving interpreters the opportunity to have real hands-on experience in a safe and constructive learning environment. Trainees would then transition into apprentice-style work, supported by seasoned interpreters in the field. In exchange for these no-cost trainings, interpreters would commit to accepting a certain number of hours or assignments per month from MCDHH's referral department. We anticipate this will have a positive impact on our ability to fill medical interpretation requests. Additionally, we have additional workforce efforts underway. We know that fully rebuilding this communication access workforce will require more than just new trainings. We need a multifaceted approach. Through our Workforce Development Initiative, we are launching a sign language mentorship pilot program for ASL interpreters, a crucial retention tool to provide support for newer interpreters beyond the initial training phase. We are also working with community colleges to establish an in-state CART training program. MCDHH is actively doing robust outreach for both CART providers and ASL interpreters across the Commonwealth. We recently conducted our annual interpreter survey to identify areas of improvement in order to increase the number of interpreters on our contract. And in this past year, we completed work with the CART Subject Matter Expert Consulting Group, or SMEC, and we are now engaged in efforts to implement the recommendations in the action plan. Also very important is client support services. Though the major investments in MCDHH's FY25 budget relate to our communication access work, I also want to take a moment to highlight our other key focus, which is client support. Our newly renamed Community Services Division, formerly known as the Social Services Department, provides services for infants, children, adults, and families who require complex social service and multi-agency care coordination. Our 9 service navigators are all bilingual in American Sign Language and English and currently support 2,250 clients, of which 1,037 are Mass Health members. We also provide deaf and hard of hearing independent living services, or DILS, through contracts with community first providers who deliver independent living supports for deaf and hard of hearing consumers. We recently reworked the DILS regions and are proud to have significantly increased program availability for the underserved Cape and Islands region. In closing, I'd like to thank Governor Healy, Lieutenant Governor Driscoll, and Secretary Walsh for their incredible support of MCDHH and their unflinching commitment to providing equal access to all government services. The administration has initiated a wide range of policies addressing the needs of our community. The establishment of a Digital Access Equity Board and a revamped language access policy for all agencies demonstrates the administration's commitment to the needs of the deaf and hard of hearing constituents in the Commonwealth. Moreover, the community has hailed the State of the Commonwealth address recently as one of the most accessible to those with hearing loss in recent years. Members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means, I ask that you support the Governor's proposed budget that will allow us to continue to address the societal barriers of deaf and hard of hearing constituents that they face every day. And thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. You covered all your presentation.
Thank you.
Covered my questions. I think we're, Rep. Smola.
Doctor, thank you very much for your testimony here today. Very informative and certainly very helpful to this committee as we continue to formulate the budget. I just want to ask one question relative to the workforce shortage. It's something that we are consistently hearing from virtually everybody that has been testifying before us this year. It seems week to week after these hearings that we have, it's ongoing, the workforce shortage. And you address that to a great extent in your testimony and very helpful in terms of what you're looking at for the future and the plans that you have in place. My only concern is the amount of money that you're looking for seems to be short in comparison to what we're investing in this budget in so many different arenas. I'm wondering if this commitment is going to be enough, especially as you had testified to your multi-year kind of phase-in for what you had talked about. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be doing enough in terms of financial support for what you need in the future.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. Fortunately, we have such a passionate and dedicated team at MCDHH. We work diligently to make sure that everyone has access to the information that they need. We strongly believe that state funds is a responsibility that needs to be managed appropriately, and we are very careful in how we expend state resources. Most of the time, our CFO, who has over 30 years of experience and knowledge, she's very adept at budgeting and prioritizing. We are very satisfied with the governor's proposed budget, and we intend to make the most and every possible effort to do the most good with the money that we have been given. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rep, please.
Rep. Exaros, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. We look a lot alike. I find it fascinating to watch and listen to you testify. It's really special. And I come from Cape Cod, and during your testimony you mentioned that you reworked the regions and you significantly increased program availability on the Cape and Islands. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, thank you. These programs for independent living services were initially there before I was the commissioner, and then subsequently were cut for various reasons. I live on the South Shore myself in Middleborough, so I'm familiar with that region of the state, and I know that there's a need for services there. Currently, we have a contract for independent living service provision, and we looked at our priorities and noticed the area of New Bedford was an area of growth that really needs attention. And we are making it a priority that the independent living services touch every corner of the Commonwealth. And we are dedicated, we believe very strongly that everyone, regardless of where they live, should be able to benefit from these services.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Representative Curry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Curry. I apologize.
Only because we've lost a few members. Will I take 1 second? This is going to be, I'm going to wear out my welcome, but I must, Doctor, thank you for your testimony and all that you're doing. And I have the good fortune to represent Danvers, which is the home of the New England Home for the Deaf. And
Yes.
we're very proud of that. And I'll continue with my invitations if you'd like to join in a visit. If you haven't already, I'd be proud to meet you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I'm very familiar with the New England Homes for the Deaf, and I appreciate all that they do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
I think that ends public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mass Commission of the Blind.
Mass Commission of the Blind.
Good afternoon. So, been a nice long day here, and I'll be as brief and as direct as I can be to move our opportunity along. Good afternoon, Chair Williams, Chair Gomez, distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is John Oliveira. I am the Commissioner at the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind. This budget cycle marks my first opportunity to be in front of you as Commissioner. I'm grateful to Secretary Walsh and for her confidence and trust in appointing me to this role this past September. However, I'm no stranger to the agency. As a matter of fact, if you ask the younger staff, they say I've been around forever. So I've worked at the agency for about 37 years, started in the direct service area, moved through the agency in a variety of different roles, and recently, for the past 10 years, I've served as Deputy Commissioner. Helen Keller was one of the first commissioners when MCB was established in 1906. For 118 years, our agency has been serving residents of the Commonwealth who are legally blind. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to testify today about the important work of our agency and how the Healy Driscoll administration's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget will support our continuing efforts to provide individualized training, education, and empowerment to the approximately 30,000 residents of Massachusetts who are legally blind. The administration envisions a Commonwealth where residents are empowered to live a fulfilling and independent life with opportunities to work and thrive. The administration's FY25 budget proposal, which funds MCB at $28.3 million, represents a 4% increase over the Governor's Haley's FY24 H1 budget recommendation. This budget maintains our existing staff and provider workforce through annualizing collective bargaining agreements and provider rate increases. In addition, the proposal includes $250,000 to maintain the legislature's earmark in FY24 GAA that enabled MCB to hire additional social rehabilitation counselors and rehabilitation teachers, which is a position I started at the agency. So that's a position that provides a lot of direct service to individuals, showing them how to use non-visual skills in their home so that they can continue to live independently. The proposed budget will also allow us to continue the important initiatives and to sustain our 3 core programs for the community that we serve. Social rehabilitation furthers independent living training in the community. Majority of our social rehabilitation consumers who are seniors, over 60, and individuals who have secondary disabilities and are not able to work take advantage of many of those services. The vocational rehabilitation program to achieve employment offers consumers many opportunities to obtain education, attend different programs in the community, to obtain different trainings in different fields so that they can eventually achieve their goal of employment. The Turning 22 program provides residential care, day programming, case management, and specialized services for residents who are deafblind, as well as residents who are legally blind and have complex secondary disabilities or other medical conditions. The team shared with you 2 charts that will show you a breakdown of our consumers by county and age. More than 2/3 of the residents we serve are age over 60. and also have an average age of 81. So many of our consumers that are coming to the agency are individuals who've had vision the majority of their life. And as age goes on and life goes on, they start experiencing age-related vision loss. The second chart shows you, again, some of the conditions that are age-related to vision loss: macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, just to name some of the most common. So last spring, MCB contracted with a company called Mass Inc. to conduct a comprehensive survey of our consumers. The results showed our ability to make a meaningful difference in the lives of the people we serve. Those who received services from MCB reported high levels of satisfaction. Perhaps more important, they reported a benefit in the quality of their life, a higher level of satisfaction with the social relationships that they had, greater rates of independent living in their community, and ability to use multiple modes of transportation, such as the public bus system, paratransit services, Uber, Lyft, senior vans, and all using some of the training they'd received from the services we provide. The survey found ample evidence that we are providing quality services that are making an appreciable and appreciated difference in the lives of our consumers. But as in any complex social services undertaking, there is a room to grow. We are excited to use these results to develop, improve, and provide programs and services that help the residents of the Commonwealth who we serve. It will help them to break down barriers in their life and live life on their own terms. We plan to target certain populations for additional outreach to ensure that every consumer who needs MCB services has a chance to benefit from our services. With independence as a primary goal, we help people build adaptive skills through all of our programs and services. The goal of our vocational rehabilitation program is to help our consumers retain, return to, or secure employment. We assist them in pursuing career pathways that will achieve employment and bring them the wages they are expecting so they can maintain an independent life. Our transition services provide teenagers with opportunities for learning independent living skills, which will help them live in the community and function as they move on to college. We also provide job skills to teenagers and young adults. Also, we support their higher education needs and any of their training goals in specific industries they may be interested in. We are driven by the motivation of our consumers to achieve or sustain their economic independence, self-reliance, and social integration at a level consistent with their interests, abilities, and informed choice. Consumers who receive our services learn or relearn skills and become successful and active members of the communities they live in. With appropriate adaptive skills training and assistive technology instruction, many limitations due to vision loss can be managed or overcome. Perseverance, adaptability, respect, resilience, and inclusion are the focus of MCB. Every staff member is committed to delivering services and to making a difference in the lives of the people we serve. We are grateful for the legislature's unwavering support. As always, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I look forward to working with all of you. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just as a comment, first of all, I have a sister who is legally blind, and when the doctor wrote the script that she was legally blind, that gave her the opportunity to get services from the Mass Commission for the Blind. They came out to she lives alone, they came out to the apartment, they did the assessment, and I want to tell you, very professional organization, and the simple tools that they gave her, a larger calendar, which you just take for granted, that magnifying board which you can read the paper, read her Bible, the cutting tools with the knives and all that good, safe stuff. It was really, I was really impressed by your organization, and it's made her quality of life that much better. I just want to thank you for that, for the work that you do and your folks. You're on the ground, and it's very, very important. And as I think Kelly Peace said, you do God's work, absolutely.
Thank you for the kind words, and I'll pass it back on to the staff.
Yeah, please do, because folks that showed up were very professional, on time, very professional, and just, it's very difficult when you have a disability and you need to, So, but I do have one question.
Sure.
The Turning 22 program received increase for salaries in H2 budget. Will this increase sufficiently fund the staffing needs?
Yes, the current budget, the current unit is fully staffed at this point in time. We're happy to be able to retain additional staff for the services at the agency. And yes, we feel fully confident that the budget is sufficient to provide services for all of the individuals who request it.
Thank you.
One, I just want to say thank you for being here and obviously being so patient. I myself, early on, before I was a senator, went through some retinal neuropathy, and I lost my vision for about, felt like almost a year, but it was about probably like nine months that I had trouble with my vision. I needed help with moving around, and obviously I had tons of support, but I regained my vision, and I'm very blessed to say that. But I know that probably sometime down the line, I might be in need of these services. So I just want to say, like the chairman had stated, the work that you do is essential and important, and if you could pass that message on to me, that I appreciate all the work that your whole staff is doing. So, Commissioner, one, congratulations on your appointment, but then secondly, thank you for all the work that you do, and then your service of 37 plus years to the Commonwealth with the Commission to the Blind.
Yep, thank you.
In H2, it annualizes $250,000 earmark for the FY24 to hire additional social counselors as the Massachusetts Commission for the Blind.
Right.
How many additional social counselors will be able to be hired at this funding level at the in FY25?
So that will be approximately 3 counselors when you add in all the benefits and that. But 3 counselors for regions that were needing that need has been met. So that's great.
Can you describe a little in detail of how additional social counselors support the needs of an aging MCB population?
Sure. The counselors that we hired, one, it was a social worker, which is going to be providing substantial case management, which will help reduce the caseload for counselors in that region. And the other 2 were rehabilitation teachers. So by putting more skills trainers, so vision rehab therapists in the field, we can see our consumers who need some of the skills training spend more time with them, do more visits to their home. Our services are delivered in the home, and in their environment, we bring the devices and we train them with them, and we provide it to them. And the goal is to have them, to maintain them living in their home. So our rehab teachers go out and work with them. So those 2 additional positions and those particular areas will allow more visits and will also reduce the caseloads numbers down on the other rehabilitation teachers.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And lastly, I just want to tell everyone that's been here patient, there is lunch in the back room, and there's also some coffee and things. Please feel free to go back. I know some of you have been extremely patient, haven't eaten, probably are still wanting to eat, so I just want to hand that over. There's a vegetarian lunches back there too. Please enjoy yourselves, the ones that are around in the room. But Commissioner, thank you for your testimony. Amazing
Thanks,
work.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do Office of Refugee and Immigrants. Oh, yeah. No? All right, Office of Refugee and Immigrants, please come on down. Sorry, you're not going to win any money today, but thank you for being here. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Chairman Williams, Chairman Gomez, members of the Joint Committee of Ways and Means. My name is Cristina Aguilera Sandoval, and I am the Executive Director of the Office for Refugees and Immigrants. I'm joined here today by my esteemed colleagues, Ronnie Miller, Director of Strategic Initiatives, and Kevin Pham, who is our Budget Director at the Office for Refugees and Immigrants. It is a real honor to speak with all of you today about ORI's transformation in order to meet the demands of the moment in our state. We want to share our mission, our priorities, and how the funding that is included in the governor's budget FY25 will impact immigrants in our state. I am originally from Venezuela, a nation of talented and hardworking people who have been struggling to survive the harrowing circumstances of political oppression and a devastated economy. This economy, not too long ago, reached 1,000,000% inflation and has led to the displacement of over 20% of Venezuela's population, including my own family. Similarly, and because of political, economic, sometimes climate change factors like natural disasters, pandemic effects, there has been a large number of also talented and hardworking Haitian immigrants that have chosen Massachusetts as their new home in their past 3 years. Massachusetts has a long history of immigration. The impacts of wars in Afghanistan and Ukraine have also led to an increase of humanitarian immigrants to our state. I'm sure this long history of immigration is something that many of you can relate, or your ancestors, because many of us were offered a helping hand when arriving here to our state, or we might have offered to others, matching the values of our Commonwealth. I'm really proud to lead a responsive and committed team at the Office for Refugees and Immigrants who plays a critical role in our collective and cross-government response to newly arrived families coming to our state. I am sincerely grateful to everyone who has welcomed and supported displaced asylum-seeking immigrants and refugees during these unprecedented times for our Commonwealth and our country. Your compassion and your foresight has undoubtedly contributed to building a better future for newcomers and therefore stronger communities in your districts and across the state. So let me tell you a little bit about our revamped traditional ORI programs. Historically, our office primary funding has come from the federal government's Office for Refugee Resettlement. It supports eligible newcomers to Massachusetts and have traditionally been about 1,000 individuals. The highest we had for a long time was 2,300 individuals served by these federally funded programs and resettled into Massachusetts in 2016. Last year, in FY23, ORI welcomed and served 11,500 individuals. This is more than 5 times the usual. Through funding from the federal government, our small but mighty office and dedicated staff has been working with providers to develop and monitor the impact of comprehensive programs for eligible refugees that are dedicated to employment services, to English language training, to family integration, cash assistance, elder care, case management, health assessment and promotion, medical assistance, and one of the ones that I'm really proud to share today, the Refugee School Impact, which is a program that we've had in partnership with the West Springfield Public Schools for over 20 years, and that Charlene at the public schools recently shared a story of how a girl, 10 years old, was welcomed into the program, into the school system, but she was very reluctant because of the journey that she had lived as an immigrant. She was very reluctant to engage. She was very distant and having a hard time adapting to the school. She had limited to no schooling experience, but they have, thanks to this program, a very specific program to ensure that they work collectively with family, with the school, with English language learner experts, and with other members of her community to support her. And in this support, just recently at the end of the year, we learned that this girl, this 10-year-old, age of my son, was engaging in math and science, was already reading basic books, was laughing with her friends and engaged in the school community, and was starting to really discover her talent and her potential. 2 long-standing state-funded programs that ORI have, now moving to the state ones, are the Citizenship for New Americans and the Financial Literacy for Newcomers. The Citizenship for New Americans assists low-income, lawfully permanent residents in becoming naturalized U.S. citizens, which is especially important in an election year, right? And it supports their children derivative citizenship as well. We offer, through this program, English language classes, citizenship classes, application assistance, interview preparation, and other services that include interpretation and referrals. In addition, the financial literacy program that I mentioned works in partnership with financial institutions, nonprofits, and other stakeholders. And we're proud that this funding is included in the governor's budget because, for example, here in Springfield, Accentria makes sure that all the families that are part of this program can achieve financial stability through learnings of budgeting and to ensure a good, solid financial information and education. This is given right here down the street. Also, I think on School Street, there's a program that matches this financial literacy program with English literacy, run by the Center for New Americans at the Youth Training Building. And these are examples of programs that can really enrich the integration and expedite the opportunities of immigrants to be fully contributors into our communities. Our Employment Services Support Program taps on the decades-long experience of providers like the Jewish Family Services of Western Mass, whose employment coordinator was also sharing a success story of an individual who, as soon as he got the work authorization, he was matched to a job opportunity at the Hilton Garden, and Luing is his name, not only took the most out of that opportunity, made the most out of that opportunity, but just last year was named Employee of the Month and is constantly receiving the support of their employers because of the outstanding work that he is committed to provide. ORI's transformation is something that I want to expand on. because it is extremely exciting for me, and I'm very privileged to be able to lead a team that is ready for that transformation and to have the support of the governor and many of you to be able to do that. The Office for Refugees and Immigrants' new mission is to welcome and empower all immigrants in Massachusetts to access available resources and supports so that they can reach self-sufficiency and well-being. Our vision is to ensure that the 1.2 million immigrants in Massachusetts, almost 18% of our population, and more than 20% of our workforce, are welcomed to the Commonwealth, achieve success, and are fully included in the economic, social, and civic fabric of our state. Recent events have brought a new urgency to ORI's work. A surge of new asylum seekers have entered the state in search for a better life. We have quickly responded to meet the emergency assistance demands of the moment, especially during the declared state of emergency. We have done this in collaboration with agencies all across the state. Our staffing at ORI has been increasing to be able to bring experts in the immigrant service field who are focused on creating state programs for the increasing number of newcomers to our Commonwealth. These programs are centered in achieving family self-sufficiency, but they're also trying to bring parity between the services that I mentioned before that are federally funded and the services that we should expand to make sure that we're supporting all immigrants to get access to legal services, English classes, navigation to housing, and employment opportunities so that they can too provide for their families. Additional state funding helps ensure that newly arrived families have access to high-quality, multilingual, and responsive services. And it also provides the expertise and added capacity to meet those cultural and linguistic needs. Now, in terms of our responsive and collaborative emergency assistance, let me expand a little bit on that. The leadership and staff at ORI have played a critical role in the state's emergency assistance response. After the Incident Command was established in May of 2023, our office and our long history of every single one of our staff members in working with immigrant communities and community-based organizations call for ORI to take real quickly a strong part in welcoming and supporting arriving families. We have done this in 3 ways. Number one, through welcoming and pre-shelter with leadership from HHS, ORI worked to open and manage the daily operation of 2 family welcome centers that are program managed by Ronnie. And they are led by experienced CBOs that receive families and provide culturally and linguistic appropriate care, as well as support navigating state benefits. The Resident Worker Center, in partnership with ORI, also made sure that for any families that were affected by the CAP, they are the CAP from the shelter system, they can have access to some host families and individuals that have been vetted and screened to be able to host the children and families so that they can have a place to stay safely in any given night. Our staff continues to partner with CBOs, community-based organizations, and faith-based communities to fill the needs and the gaps and support the opening and implementation of all the overnight and overflow shelters that have started to ensure that families are welcomed with dignity and compassion. Number 2, family needs and education in shelter. Working across secretariats and agencies, ORI has played a key role in supporting supplemental shelters across the state, many of them in your districts. Managing providers of culturally appropriate and nutrition daily meals, ensuring access to transportation for medical and immigration appointments so that they can never miss an appointment to be able to get their work authorization, and connecting shelters and families with communities, volunteers, and CBOs to provide basic needs and donations, programming, etc. With the goal of assisting families progress toward self-sufficiency, ORI staff provides multilingual orientations and educations to families, answering their questions, empowering them with information, so they can reach fast what every single one of the ones that I've met personally in these shelters and across the state have said to me, and is, we want to work, help us get there. We're beginning to transition a lot of this in-shelter services that I'm mentioning to the Housing and Livable Communities Secretariat. But we're committed to continue supporting to make sure that the expertise that our team brings can be a part of that successful journey into self-sufficiency. Number 3 is our immigrant resettlement strategy, for which we have decades long of experience within our office. In parallel with the previous 2 priorities and in partnership with the Incident Command work streams, our team quickly stood up programs and pilots to ensure family readiness so that they can succeed when they exit shelters. ORI has partnered with diverse community-based organizations to provide on-house families these critical services, such as a first in the country and first of its kind legal services contracts to assist families in shelter with pro se asylum application, with court procedures, and with work authorization application for those eligible. ORI was a part of the absolutely historic and beautiful multi-week legal clinic that happened in Reading, Massachusetts, which was a true collaboration of state agencies and the federal government to ensure expedited processing of over 2,700 work authorizations for on-house immigrants. English for speakers of other languages is the second program. These classes have a focus on workforce development and, of course, pathways to employment. Currently serving 16 shelters and more than 1,600 adult learners, 206 of them right here in Chicopee's Quality Inn, and 137 of them in West Springfield's Clarion Hotel. We also set up programs for accessible interpretation and translation services, for alternative housing opportunities, and the most current one you probably saw in the news recently, the rehousing program with resettlement agencies so that they can be connected to housing, job search, and social services. Now let me tell you my perspective on how to move this from a crisis to an opportunity. I heard you loud and clear, Rep. Smola, when you were talking about the workplace shortage being a common thread all across the different hearings. Immigrants with diverse skills, with language capacities, multilingual, and eagerness to work and provide for their families are choosing our state, are choosing Massachusetts as their new home, just like my family did. And I'm sure many of your families. This is a tremendous opportunity for our Commonwealth to welcome them and to connect them with the available supports to thrive individually so that we can all thrive collectively. The FY25 House 2 budget of $2.2 million submitted by Governor Healy supports this ongoing transformation of ORI into a more equipped, inclusive, and responsive agency to meet the needs and expand the opportunities of immigrants across the state. We're really, truly grateful and humble to Governor Healy, Secretary Walsh, and all of you in the legislature for your vision and your bold commitment to our tiny but mighty agency. We ask that you support the governor's proposed budget so it can help us ensure that immigrants in the Commonwealth achieve success and are fully included in the economic, civic, and social fabric of our state. Massachusetts has been showing that there is a way to manage the increased flow of immigrants that respects human dignity, that values human capital, that appropriately allocates resources, even though it's hard, and welcomes new members into our communities. Your humanity and support for opportunities for new arrivals will build even stronger communities in your districts and in our Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your testimony. I have a couple questions, and then we'll move on to the other chairman and also to our panel, to the rest of our committee. My apologies. Has there been progress on resettling refugees outside of the EA shelter?
Yes. So outside of the EA shelter is the decades-long work that the office has done, because every time a refugee comes to our state and is placed either by the federal government or is coming with the, let's say, right eligibility to be able to be a part of the services that are federally funded, they have, they're met with or matched with resettlement agencies and post-resettlement agencies to be able to receive the appropriate supports and programs so that they can be housed, that they can receive English classes, that they can receive, multiple services to reach self-sufficiency. So that is something that it's ongoing within our federally funded work.
Has there been any increase in the number of federal work authorizations for refugees? We know that a lot of folks were waiting to get that necessary paperwork so we can get them into work to answer some, I guess, what the representative had spoke about, and you spoke about a little bit just a second ago. So has that increased in volume with individuals being able to work and getting put to work?
Yes. So initially, I believe the clinic drew about 1,700 work authorizations. Right now, we're at 2,700. And there is a Lawyer of the Day program at the Family Welcome Center actively on a daily basis, supporting families as they come in to screen them and evaluate so that they can make right there on site the application. We have built pathways with the federal government to be able to do faster biometric process that can lead to sometimes 3 weeks, a 3-week process. And this is, I've been doing this, I've been working on the space of immigrant services, refugees, and advocacy for over 20 years. This is truly historic timeframes.
I know that you guys have been partnering with resettlement agencies, and they have been they were utilized obviously through different types of migrations. And have you seen this last, I guess, big impact of migrations? Have they been kind of any shortfalls or maybe I'm going to say success stories from these certain agencies? Because they're within my district, and I'm going to talk to you offline specific to Springfield. I don't have West Springfield anymore, but it's across the water. And in Chicopee, specifically with resettling agencies, I've been having a lot of concerning phone calls. And what I'm trying to absolutely ask you is, do you feel that any organizations might need, I guess, a little bit more assistance and understanding? Because the different types of migrations that have come to the Commonwealth now are different. And I'm going to see, i.e., like the Haitian community. And I know that in Brockton, that's kind of more predominant. And then here in Western Massachusetts, not necessarily. So has some of these agencies, do you feel comfortable that you have to look for more entities, or are you looking for more entities? Or are these agencies enough to stabilize, obviously, the argument that you hear that you need this funding and that you've been doing this work effectively?
So I think the agencies that exist across the Commonwealth, not just the resettlement agencies, but the community-based organizations, are fully equipped to and experienced to do it. However, the numbers that we're seeing, both in refugees and immigrants coming to our state, are a lot bigger than the traditional funding streams that they have. So in terms of the resettlement agencies and success stories around the most recent fully state-funded rehousing program, I'm very optimistic that because of their decades-long trajectory in resettling refugees, they will be able to use all of those skills to, thanks to the supplemental budget, be able to use this program to expedite the resettlement of families in appropriate housing. However, one of the things that we have been doing, and we started at our office about in September, was what we call the ORI community conversations, to make sure that we connect all of the providers all across different parts of the state with this space for about an hour, where not only do we bring updates about what's happening in terms of emergency assistance and other programs, but also they have the opportunity to share their questions, their their concerns, their challenges, and really troubleshoot together some of the ways in which the agencies might be struggling in one place or another to be able to support the services and find solutions in partnership and collaboration.
My last question is more on the narrative, which I know that we have to combat, is what is your office doing to curb the narrative that majority of the individuals that are coming here are not coming with some kind of federal status, and they're gaslighting the fact that these individuals are using the term illegal when they're here, when they're actually not illegal?
I really appreciate your question and your framing of the question. Narrative and strategic communications is something that we've been really hopeful to get to, and to be honest, have been so busy with all the tasks at hand that we didn't have that communication in-house. We just, a candidate just accepted the offer to become our new communications manager, and we have an entire plan and roadmap to make sure that strategic communication can lift up the positive stories of all the successes that are happening in your communities, with the integration of immigrants and local community members supporting all of this work. And I think narrative is extremely important in all of this, semantics, and the way we portray, the way we lift up these positive stories. And I'm really looking forward to get that started as soon as he comes into our office.
Questions to my left, representatives. Question to my right, Representative Smolin. Then after, I think I don't want to get it wrong with Rep X or Rep East.
We'll both do one.
Absolutely, one after another. Go right ahead.
Director, thank you very much for your testimony here today. Certainly appreciate the information. Citizenship program, awesome. And I don't think in terms of it being an election year, it's good every single year, right? Extremely important. I think the majority of people that we serve with in the legislature, in one way or another, were product of immigrants. And that's something we should all be proud of. And so welcoming people to come to Massachusetts to utilize what we have here in the state is something that we should acknowledge and we should embrace. I think, and I appreciate your comments on the work component as well. I also think that's something that's not talked about a lot. This issue has become an issue that's turned into a political football. And as a result of that political football that's become, we lose sight, I think, of some of the really important underlying issues relative to immigration. I do think it's clear, though, that the majority of folks, at least at this point, acknowledge that we have a system that just isn't working the way it's supposed to work. And you had used the word crisis, and I think you acknowledge that. And certainly ORI does a phenomenal job. I applaud your entire team for what you do, because I know it's not easy. And there's a federal government component here as well. That is something that's way beyond the state's control. It's something that we've all weighed in on. The administration has weighed in on. We're really trying to get the feds on both sides of the political aisle to get their act together so that they can help states like Massachusetts that are trying to deal with this on our own. But certainly we still have to deal with it regardless of what the federal government does. It's something that the state has to have ownership of. But in terms of how we move forward with that, I think that's where the real debate is coming in right now. I don't want to rehash a lot of issues on this, but I do want to focus on one particularly, and that is relative to the supplemental budget that we just passed in the House. This application now of a standard by which we have this 9-month term for presence in shelters. And I guess some of us understand the motivation to come up with that policy, to include it. However, I don't think anybody has really addressed this question about what happens post the 9 months. You've got the 9 months in 1 day. What happens on the 9 months in 1 day with these individuals that are in these shelters? And I think that's a big issue for everybody in the legislature. So I understand the desire to change the policy, but it doesn't seem to me that it's been vetted by a lot of people, or there hasn't been a lot of commentary or discussion about it when we dealt with the supplemental budget. I know it's something that's going to have to go over to the Senate, and it's definitely going to get more conversation, but has ORI been consulted relative to this policy? And I'd like to get some feedback from ORI on where you see this situation. So all things being equal, we apply this 9 months. How does it work? Give me ORI's expertise, because you really are the experts that are dealing with this stuff. So how do we manage this as a Commonwealth if we apply this policy?
Thank you for your question, and also for expanding the explanation, which again, the narrative really helps sometimes frame it. So we are always evaluating the emergency assistance system, and we're in discussion within the different agencies that are a part of the incident command, within legislators as well. And in order to really address all of these capacity concerns of our shelter system, we need to think strategically, and we need to figure out what are some of the reforms that need to happen in order for this to work. Now, we are really hopeful that in all of this process, we can the programs that we've established that I mentioned here today can be the strongest tools on the toolbox of every single immigrant that has to go through that journey. Once they have some competencies on ESL, that they can speak English, or they can speak basic English, once they have a work authorization on their hand, once they are able to be connected with employment services or workforce development, they will be equipped to, considering sometimes like the one-off circumstances where it's a lot more, depending on the family unit, it can be more challenging than just like getting a job. The majority of them are really, very talented individuals that with those tools on their toolbox, they'll be able to thrive. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Ronnie, but he's been leading our emergency assistance efforts. But I think in that 9-month and 1 day, as you mentioned, the important part is like, have we done our piece to make sure that they have what they need in their toolbox, that they have a roadmap to follow in terms of having access to housing or the programs that currently exist at HLC, whether it's home base or others, and have they created that plan with their individual case manager to be able to stand on both of their feet.
I appreciate that answer, and this is going to be something that even with this supplemental budget, as it carries us out to the end of the year, it's not going to go away. So this is something that the legislature is going to continuously come back to try and figure out how to fund it. We're going to get additional supplemental budgets, additional asks for financial resources. I get that because we've got to deal with this. But it seems to me that if we're not focusing on a policy that fixes kind of a broken setup, and it's, I don't know where we go from there until we actually focus with laser-like precision on a system that's actually workable. And that's what my concern is, and it's certainly a concern that I think many of us have for ORI. That is doing all this frontline work. You're the folks that have to address these situations, and you're working diligently to try and place individuals, place families, get them to the resources that they need, link them up with the programs that you've testified about today, which we appreciate. But I think that we have to address the formula and the way the system works right now before we can say and feel comfortable enough to say in the future, okay, this is how it's going to work, and this is how we're going to deal with it. So I really do appreciate your testimony today. Very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Just to follow up on Rep. Smoller's comments, with regard to housing, you guys do a great job, no doubt about it, and you're doing yeoman's work. But housing is out of all of our control, and we have a housing crisis. So going back to what he's saying, what happens in the 9-month and 1 day if there's no housing? They've done everything they're supposed to do, but there's no housing. What happens at that point? I think that's more the real issue that we're all trying to figure out and grapple with.
Yeah, no, and it is definitely a concern all across, but I'm confident that with working across government, with our HLC partners, and with all the investment and support system that have been created to ensure that not only the experts like the rehousing program with the resettlement agencies, but also the shelter providers that have been stepping up to support the work that HLC is doing, can really find viable options for families. And if I tell you my own personal story, when I had to bring my family, that I'm really privileged to have been able to get them away from their circumstances and bring them to my home. We had to go through a process, and we're fortunate to be able to build additional dwelling units in my house. And I think like there are so many out of the box. Not everybody can do that, clearly, but if we are able to create more, out of the box additional housing opportunities, there are so many people who have come forward to not only host for free many of these families, but also will be ready to do low-cost rent, to support the resettlement agencies and be the good landlords that we need for this housing stability that not only immigrant communities, but everyone at the shelter system need, that are also just traditional residents of Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sandoval. Appreciate your testimony, and I understand that the Haitians that are dealing with the gang violence and are trying to escape that as their country's in chaos, and the Ukrainians and others that are in need of immigration that we have always welcomed in our past and everything. It's obviously I'm more afraid of not necessarily the Venezuelans, but the Venezuelan gang members that are being released from the jail, right? Like the one that obviously is being accused of the murder in Georgia. And I'm wondering if you've seen that type of, have you seen anything about the crime from immigrants or worrisome from like Middle East countries that I'm worried about, and like I said, the gangs coming out of the jailers or even from the South. Have you seen an increase in that, in the 11,000 that used to be a little over 2,000, right?
Yes, so as a Venezuelan, I must clarify that the gang members released from the jails that came here was a story that was completely fact-checked and is wrong, and it never really existed. Now, there is, of course, within large number of people coming to our country and large number of people coming to our state, there's going to be good apples and bad apples. Similarly to there would be in any group of people within our communities, there will be people, as the majority of them, who are ready to thrive, who are ready to put in the work, who want to provide for their family, who are escaping from horror situations and just really want to start from zero. And there will be always a few that are not doing the right thing. And I think that the majority, based on how this country was built, I think the majority of them have proven that they want to do the right thing.
Well, and I believe that. I think it's anything in life. Like when I was in the Army, it's like 10% of people take up 90% of your time that you got to worry about. The 90% are doing their job, doing what they need to do, and trying to progress. I would like you to follow up with me on your fact check, because it was pretty much stated across, I believe, the news that the person accused of murder in the Georgia was a gang member out of Venezuela.
Yes, and I'm not fact checking that part. I'm fact checking, and I'm happy to share with you the articles on this, because there was a long-standing rumor that was really all over the news a little while back, that the prisoners were being freed out of Venezuela to leave the country and were coming to the United States. And that's the part what I'm referring to.
It's not the gang members that aren't coming up. There are gang members coming up. It's just that they're not emptying their jails, is what you're correct.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But I also don't mean that there's a large number of gang members that are coming. I think like as in any big group of people, there will be people coming from any given country that might have been involved in the right activities in their countries and that might have been involved in the wrong activities in their countries.
Yeah, so you're saying it's not like the Cuban boat lift in the 70s, and it's not like that, is what you're saying.
I'll be happy to send you the other information afterwards.
Thank you, Chair and Rep. Pease. I am so glad you're here. This is one of the biggest topics in Massachusetts. In the news, it's in my district on Cape Cod. I get a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and here you are, which is perfect because we can get the facts, and that's important. I'm a grandson of a Greek immigrant. Right? I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my grandparents coming in the early 1900s. and then serving in the military and fighting for our freedom and becoming citizens. Maybe you know best than anyone. Like you said, 11,000 came in last year. One of the things that comes up is, are they legal? You know, are they asylum seekers? Are they refugees? What's their legal status, I guess would be one question for everyone to hear. And what do you do to check, like at these screening locations, what do you do to check their criminal records or their records?
So thank you for the question and the opening for that. So the vast majority of immigrants that we're seeing in the family welcome centers and that we're seeing coming to our state are either paroled into the country, meaning they have a parolee status, or they are seeking asylum, and they share credible fear and prove that at the border in order for them to be granted access to our country, and therefore, once they're here, start the process of applying for asylum and demonstrating their case. What that means is that once an individual that goes through that is seeking asylum finds an immigration attorney, or it's represented by the legal services of the programs that we're starting to set up and that we set up last year with the focus of work authorization, this year are expanding a lot more into asylum processes. When they file for their asylum application, which needs to happen in the first 365 days, they need to wait 185 days, in order to be able to apply for their work authorization. So that is one. Now, the majority of the ones that are that we're seeing in our family welcome centers and in our shelter system or in our communities, reunited with their families, coming here to within their family with their family members, are granted parole at the border, and depending on the length of that parole, they're able to apply for a work authorization for a longer or shorter period of time. So the myth that they are illegal, first, no human being is illegal. They just lack documents, therefore they're undocumented. And second, they do have a parole that is granting them access and entry into our country. Trying to remember your second question, that now I think I should have written it.
I think you're doing great. And you're teaching us because there's myths, or we're not getting the facts. So when you mentioned earlier that you're going to be hiring someone to help with that, that's important. Probably should have been done a year ago.
Oh yeah.
It would help a lot of this. But if someone comes over the border, like not through the proper centers, how do they get to Massachusetts? And then how do you check their documents, and if the documents are real or they didn't just buy them across the street?
So in order for them to, once they come to the family welcome centers, once they present and they're seeking support, because many of them are just leaving within their own communities, with their own families that, again, they're reuniting, etc. But once they're seeking this type of systems and support within the state, the first thing is to review their paperwork to make sure that they have a pathway towards a work authorization so that they can stand on their feet faster. So that check of documents is fairly easy. Anybody can go in their website and look for the A number and find out the whole record of the person that was given access to the country. In the past, there were a lot more people just walking through the border. And I think with the new systems that the federal government put in place, there's this application called CBP-1, Customs and Border Patrol application number 1. I don't know why it's called like that. That is what gives individuals the right pathway to be able to be paroled into the country, or through the credible fear interview that they have at the border.
There's a lot to this. We could talk more now that we know each other, but there was a man on Joint Base Cape Cod staying in one of the apartments in my district who was wanted for murder. Like that was real.
Yes.
So how did that person get there and not get picked up, let's say, at the screening process? Or
Well-
maybe he never went there.
Well, the screening process, as I mentioned, is to check their immigration status.
So you don't check their criminal background.
In order to check their criminal backgrounds, you would have to have access to systems in other countries. And I'm happy to get back to you if there is a better way that I'm not aware of. But it is, unless it is someone that shows in like databases of the federal government, there's no way for us to do that. However, again, I'm going to make sure that I get more information to you on this matter in case I'm not getting it right.
Thanks.
Just
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. And if you can answer the questions, you can. If you can't answer the questions, then you can't. Some of
Absolutely.
these things will be way above your pay grade, so don't try to get creative. Just say, I don't know the answer to that. And it's a
Sounds
fair
good.
question because what we're going through is an ongoing process. It's like an in-flight correction. And we don't know the answers to half of this stuff.
I appreciate
Rep. One,
that,
yeah.
Chair Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Sandoval and your team at ORI, and for doing all the work that you do to help immigrants and evacuees, our asylees, our refugees assimilate to this new country, this new home. And you're working with various resettlement agencies like the International Institute of New England, Centra, just to name a few. I'm a refugee. I fled the killing fields of Cambodia. And so I know what many of these folks that came through the border, fleeing extreme violence with their children, with their families, they wouldn't be packing up with nothing on their backs to come to the border, seeking shelter, going through all kinds of violence along the way. I know. My family, my mom and I fled Cambodia to get to the border to seek shelter. That's what America does, and they did it for me. They did it for me and my family. And look, I am here as a state rep. I'm a state rep giving back. It does not matter the status, whether you're an immigration or immigrant or refugee, if you're a bad or good person. You have people born here in the United States. In the United States that are committing heinous crime. So the status of who you are, it does not determine you're a good or a bad person. I just wanted to say that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I think.
Thank you very much for sharing your story and for
We're gonna. Okay,
giving
we
this
got here
testimony.
on the thing, then we're gonna have to move on. Go ahead.
And again, I just want to clarify, when you say parole, you mean that they've been giving like a date to come back for a hearing? Is that what that means when you're using the word parole?
I'll have to make sure that our legal team can respond to
I
that
just-
question to
I
you.
just want to make sure that, it's not like they're paroled from jail. They're just like, they're paroled because they came in here, they got registered, and then they got to come back at another time, is how I interpreted that.
Yeah, they're here with permission. That is what the parole grants them.
Right,
And
you're
that's
just
why
waiting for their
with that
hearing to come
document,
up probably,
they're
right?
able to apply for a work authorization.
Isn't that the federal step?
Yes.
That's the federal
Yes,
step in
that's
the
the federal
process.
government,
They go
yes.
through the parole, then they end up wherever they end up at.
Yeah,
We
and
don't-
immigration in terms of
Right.
status applications and all of that is at the federal level.
Yeah, federal. I just have one last question, I believe. How will the H2 recommended level of funding impact the work in the Office of Refugees and Immigrants?
Can you please repeat the question?
How will H2 recommended level of funding impact the work the office, your office will do. So the budget,
Yes.
how is that going to impact the work
Yes.
that you do?
Well, you know, our work right now is more time sensitive than ever, clearly. And thanks to the governor's budget, we're very, very hopeful that, and sure that our services, not only the citizenship ones that I mentioned, the financial literacy one, but our office as a whole can be equipped to provide the services and the support to providers on the field that are constantly day in, day out supporting immigrants all across. And this ranges from, again, ESL legal services and others that are really critical to integrating them into our communities and include them.
All right, thank you. We know you have a very difficult job, as someone said, political football going, and we just wish you the best. And we're all trying to get to a good place in this country. So thank you for what you do.
I appreciate it.
I think we got the Commission on Status of Asian Pacific Islanders, and then we got the Mass Commission on LGBTQ Youth, and that's going to wrap it up.
Thank
We do
you, Chairman,
apologize
and
for
thank you,
running over.
everyone.
No, thank you. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry we're running late. Always ends up like this.
Thank you, esteemed chairs of the Joint Committee and members of the committee.
The mic's not on, I don't think. Or you can
Use
get
the
it
other
together.
one, I think.
Thank you to the esteemed chairs of the Joint Committee and the members of the committee. I am Yasmin Padamsi Forbes. I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American and Pacific Islander Commission of Massachusetts. And I'm here with Commissioner Richard Chu, who would also speak after me. I'd also like to thank the support of the members here, as well as the Asian Caucus that has been very supportive to all our work. So the Massachusetts AAPI Commission is a permanent statewide body that advocates the needs of Asian American and Pacific Islanders in the Commonwealth. Our foundation was laid in October 29, 2006, and we have matured into a very powerful advocate for the AAPI community. And the dedication of our commissioners and staff drives our mission forward, addressing challenges and celebrating our community's contributions and successes. As you know, in 2018, the AAPI population at that time was a bit more than 500,000, and it's growing at 64%. So, and our budget for the past year was finally increased to around $582,823. So that's, you know, less than $1 for every AAPI person in the state, which is in our thoughts a little bit little, considering the large amount of taxes probably the Asians pay in the state as well. So in the past year, we have used our funding to increase our programs, including expand our presence in Western Massachusetts. We have hosted listening sessions throughout the state with the older population, the Burmese, Bhutanese, Afghan, Tongan youth, and communities across the state. We have expanded our youth council and supported several AAPI organizations who had just come out of the difficulty with COVID, and many of them would have had to close their business or their small community service if it wasn't for our little support that we have provided. As you know, the AAPI population has been impacted by COVID economically, but also by the rise in hate crimes. This year, the prejudice and hate crimes are increasing against all AAPI, but especially our AAPI Jewish and Muslim communities. Much needs to be done and to connect them with services and protection. Our listening sessions across the state, including in Western Mass, demonstrate the need to develop a program and provide services across the state. Massachusetts has incredible services, such as Mass Health, food pantries, veteran services, some of the incredible information I've heard in this day of programs that are being provided. But we currently have only college interns and a few staff that assist us, and we need more additional staff to ensure that all communities are reached. Many of the recent asylum status people from Afghanistan and also older refugees such as the Burmese and the Bhutanese. Some who are veteran, young and old population. But in the listening session that we recently had with the Bhutanese and Afghan communities in Lowell, they, can you hear me? Okay. They said that part of it, some of the strong challenges that they face are in terms of that they need language services in their respective dialects to access and to navigate the healthcare systems and landscape in Massachusetts. And even acquiring transportation and having a driver's license, trying to understand how to apply and how to use the system is very difficult if you don't know English that well and you don't understand the system. So part of our job is to develop programs to connect the AAPI population to the services that the state provides. Resettlement and housing are a major area of concern, as we've heard. The Afghan communities have found it very difficult to find affordable housing on their salaries, which a lot of people across the state experience similar difficulties. Many of them, as you know, have served with the US Army but are left to anguish outside the system. So even though they could be considered, since they've served with the US Army as veterans, they can't really access any of those services. And they have to navigate the system by themselves. Even some folks who we heard, they found it very difficult to navigate the Mass Health system with little English. And they stress the difficulty in trying to understand what is real mail and spam mail, because they get so much of that. And as for all of us, we find it difficult to differentiate. So someone who doesn't know English and gets urgent phone calls to sign up for this or that, I can imagine is very confusing. And that's why we try and reach out to these communities to explain. So we also provided small grants of only a total of $50,000, but the incredible response we got back from the communities for these little amounts of $1,000, $1,500, like how it really helped to, start for the first time, like Lunar New Year's festivals in Western Mass, or some others like a Burmese restaurant that would have closed down, but for that $1,000 that helped to pay their staff. And it's just very incredible that such little amounts makes such a large difference in people's lives. So I'm here to advocate in preserving the same budget that we had as last year. That's 582,753. And though, of course, like with inflation, it would be a little bit lower, but we want to make sure that with that funding, we can keep the staff that we have and also use some of that money to hire an additional staff who would be works more as a social worker to reach out to these communities. So some of the most, so I think like with the sustained funding, we plan to, one, expand outreach and support to new immigrants, develop welcoming, supportive programs for them, and this is especially critical, as we all know, as the number of new immigrants is increasing. We want to also enhance the support for underrepresented communities, and we have started doing that by listening to, finding the Tongan communities. I know that in the Cape, that's where we plan to go next. There are also a large group of Tongan community members there, as well as East Asians and Indians. And it's really important to hear from these communities and see how we can assist them better. We also are working right now with the University of Massachusetts to launch a comprehensive statewide survey, which would be looking at disaggregated data, which would help us to understand where the community is, what their needs are, and we'd also hope that some of these findings will come up, which would help us in terms of reaching them for the upcoming elections and to have voter calls. We also plan to use this money, which we have been doing already, to expand our youth council. And this helps in empowering the young API leaders, as some of them have gone together and working towards promoting teaching history in schools, and the students have just, I know a lot of them have spoken to legislators, like Representative Honorable Juan Harbert here, and it's really amazing to find that these young people have been so motivated to really find their own voice in this system. So, in conclusion, we request that the committee will uphold our funding request, and because maintaining this investment is not only about sustaining existing programs, it would help us to deliver crucial translation services and extend our reach. And we're confident that with your continued support, we can create greater opportunities for growth and prosperity. So in the last listening session we had in Lowell, the pastor there said to the asylum, the refugees and the communities there, he was like, USA doesn't stand for United States of America, it stands for you stand alone. I don't think that is the case. Let's make it different and make sure we're here for all our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. After you testify, yes, sir. After you.
Thank you. I'll just make this quick. I'm Professor Richard Chu from the History Department at UMass Amherst, and I've been here for 20 years in Western Mass, and I'm from the Philippines, and I moved from California. So in the past 20 years of being a professor, I've been teaching a course on Asian American history and U.S. colonization of the Philippines. And I've also extended my work, not just in the classroom, but also to work with the AAPI communities here in Western Massachusetts. So what I've done is to, like 6 years ago, I started to contact the different AAPI organizations in Western Mass. I think that many of us are from Eastern Mass or from Boston, and that the idea or the view is that there are probably very few Asian Americans here in Western Mass, but that's not true. In fact, there are significant communities of Vietnamese, Chinese, along with both Bhutanese communities here. And so I started to incorporate oral history projects in my course. I asked my students to come out here to interview some members of the AAPI communities, many of whom are actually refugees, no? In order to preserve their stories. And this project came about because when I contacted these communities, I asked them, what can our students at UMass do to help? And they said, preserve our stories, because we have very little, if at all, voice in our society. And so I've been doing that, and through the commission, I was also able to receive some funding to run this oral history project. And after 3 years, I decided also to join the commission, because I see the great work that the AAPI Commission has been doing over the past years in helping underserved communities. And there's probably some kind of misconception, if I may say so, amongst many Americans that Asian Americans do not need help because they see them as successful, especially in schools. They are the model minority. But whether they are part of the model minority or not, they are all underserved. And what do I mean? First of all, the AAPI community is very heterogeneous. No? So there are these highly successful, highly educated communities, but there are also largely underserved, let's say, refugee communities like Cambodians or Vietnamese. So each sector actually benefits from the assistance that the Commission provides them through their grants, for example, or through their listening sessions. So I cannot underscore enough the help that the Commission, through its various projects, such as funding, small grants, have helped these AAPI communities here in Western Massachusetts and, of course, all over the state, whether in terms of funding them so that they can have their cultural activities, their Lunar New Year celebrations, or funding them so that they can hire, for example, translators to help them navigate the system on how to access social services or funding grants. So I'll end there, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you for your testimony. Nice to see you again. Yes, Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question, it's just really a comment. I had the pleasure of serving on the AAPI Commission, and so I'm very, very familiar with the work that the AAPI Commission does. You know, you do so much for the community with a tiny, tiny budget with one executive director. And so we're hoping the Massachusetts House of Asian Caucus, which I'm a member of, we're hoping to perhaps in this budget session to get you, what you request. I know we got you some money for the FY24, so we're hoping to get more money. But it's really the listening session that you came up to Lowell twice for the listening session with the Bhutanese community, and then a couple of weeks ago with the Afghans community to hear their struggles, right? Because it sounded very familiar because I lived through it, and so to hear their struggles, really to assimilate themselves, to understand, to access and trust, who to go to, who to reach out to get just the basic needs. And so I'm so glad that the commission hosted the listening tour so that we can actually, collaborate with other partners in the community and to ensure that their needs are met. I mean, it took us, the refugees, the Cambodian refugees arrived here in the early 80s, many years to really understand. So the Afghans, that just arrived here recently, it's going to take a while for them really to really assimilate and to, have their basic needs met. So thank you for what you do on behalf of the immigrants and the refugees.
Rep Pease. All set? Yeah. Okay. Rep Burns? Thank you for your
Just
testimony.
thank you for what you do now. But Chairman Tacky Chan took you guys to the outstanding.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Zay,
you
do
so
you have
much.
your card? Your card.
Yeah, okay.
Next up, and last but not least, the commission on LGBTQ. Youth. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for being the most patient.
Thank you for your advocacy. We appreciate it.
What's this?
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Shapley Brooks, and I'm the Executive Director of the Mass Commission on LGBTQ Youth. I'd like to thank you, Chairman Williams, Chairman Gomez, and the members of the Joint Committee for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of the Commission on LGBTQ Youth and to share more about the Commission's work and anticipated budget needs for FY25. To set the stage, we want to first share with you a bit more information about who we are and our positioning in Massachusetts. In the packets you have received, you will find our official FY25 budget summary and a summary for our FY24 policy recommendations, as well as an overview of some of the work we have done in this past year. The Commission on LGBTQ Youth is an independent state agency of the Commonwealth, and it is the first and still the only state agency of its kind in the entire United States. Our agency was first established as the Governor's Commission in 1992 to respond to high suicide rates and the ongoing HIV and AIDS crisis, as well as the rising bullying rates in school. And in 2006, the legislature made a unanimous and bipartisan vote to codify our commission as an independent state agency, and then tasked us with investigating the use of those resources from public and private sectors to enhance and improve the ability of state agencies to provide services to LGBTQ youth. This work is reflected every year in our comprehensive and now intersectional annual recommendations report. With our next report slated to be released at the end of May, included in your information packet, you will see a summary of the more than 80 policy and programming recommendations that the Commission has made to the Governor, Legislature, and our 20-plus state agency partners, many of whom were here today. In fact, the Commission works closely throughout the year with most of these agencies here testifying on their budget today, and help draft policies to improve data collection standards and develop resources for programming. We also provide free training and technical assistance to all of the state agencies and partners we serve. Per our establishing legislation, the Commission is also tasked to work with DESE and DPH to create school-based and community-based programs to address discrimination against LGBTQ youth across the state. Much of this work is done through our collaborative relationship with DESE, as we oversee, fund, and manage the Safe Schools program for LGBTQ students. Also in your packet, you will see a summary description of the work that Safe Schools is doing, which includes providing free trainings and technical assistance to all K-12 public schools across the state, and running the GSA Leadership Council. We have a long history in Massachusetts state policy, communities, and schools, and are dedicated to developing and advocating for equitable policies, programs, and resources for LGBTQ youth, especially our youth who live with multiple intersecting identities. Those are youth who are Black, Indigenous, disabled, trans, and non-binary, and a wide range of areas that include healthcare, education, the child welfare system, the juvenile carceral system, and housing access. You can see the range of topics that the Commission works on reflected in the recommendations you have, and also in the flyers included in the packets. These recommendations reflect the numerous conversations we have had with community partners, constituents, and more, and reflect serious concerns about the equitable policy and programs, particularly in our child-serving agencies, including all that we've named, which is DCF, DYS, OCA, just to name a few. To do this work, we partner closely with more than 200 Massachusetts public schools, more than 20 state agencies, and countless families and youth organizations. All of this work with our partners is done consistently throughout the year, and in fact, we have the opportunity to collaboratively meet monthly and bi-monthly with our agency partners to actively work on their recommendations throughout the whole year. In the past several years, we have also advised national and international partners on how to create similar agencies and advance LGBTQ equity around the world. In these times, as the only LGBTQ youth commission in this country, we take seriously our duty to advocate on behalf of all youth in Massachusetts. As you likely know, LGBTQ youth, families, providers, librarians, educators are under attack across the country, even here in this state. As of this week, 478 anti-LGBTQ bills have been filed across the country, including 27 of those in New England. Out of our 302 school districts, more than 50 have so far seen anti-LGBTQ challenges from the Berkshires to the South Coast and in the last few years. We are consistently receiving calls, emails from schools, agencies, and organizations, often with very quick turnarounds needed from our team, for help addressing everything from book bans to policy changes to resource needs. In fact, just this morning on my way here, I spoke to a colleague of yours just to help provide resources and best practices around anti-LGBTQ happening in her district this week. All of this work that we have accomplished has been overseen by a very small and mighty staff of 7 and an incredibly limited budget that currently entirely comes from the state legislature. We were so grateful when the crucial services provided were recognized by the governor's office and the Ways and Means Committee in late 2023, as we were granted an additional $500,000 to our line item in FY23 supplemental closeout budget to bring the critical support to our staff. This much needed infusion put our 2024 budget at $1.6 million. However, we understand that the governor's version of the FY25 budget does not reflect these funds, which were intended to allow us to bring new staff and leaves us currently at $1.1 million again. Without the guarantee of those additional $500,000 at the start of the fiscal years, I have elected to not hire those new staff. In lieu of hiring those new staff, we have instead been able to pay 10 interns to help increase our research and technical assistance capacity. We also have been able to increase our cadre of contracted trainers and elevate services for the Safe Schools program, which includes developing new curriculum for the training program that is interactive, engaging, intersectional, and tailored to the needs of the target audience. And those are administrators, classroom teachers, student support services, our state agencies, etc. This work will also help support the implementation of the new health and physical education frameworks released this past summer and highlight building healthy relationships, equitable sports access, and inclusive sexual health education. The curriculum will include a variety of training programs, resources, and activities to support learning and skill development. We are also in process of working closely with DESE and EEC to develop online modules that make our trainings more accessible to early education providers through EEC. These funds are additionally going to develop the development of a caretaker engagement training and support program, which will assist educators, school social workers, and administration to navigate the terrain around gender identity and expression as it pertains to the school and caregiver relationship. The training curriculum will provide highly requested information around best practices to support LGBTQ youth and families. And we will also use this as a model for our work with state agencies such as DCF and DYS, as the caretaker engagement trainings is very much needed for youth service agencies. Finally, this infusion of funds, as we shared with the committee back in the fall, is being used to help increase our data collection and research for the Safe Schools program and our recommendation reports. One project that we are looking forward to sharing with the legislature later this year is a special report investigating the experiences of transition-age youth. For the first time ever in Massachusetts, this report will highlight the real experiences of LGBTQ transition-age youth and provide targeted recommendations for youth-serving agencies that are informed by young people who are some of the most marginalized youth in our state. Transitioned age youth are young people who are aging out of youth-serving agencies such as DYS and DCF, and far too often they are transitioning out of care without the tools they need to survive on their own. They are too often overlooked, and in our experience, many agencies have been resistant to effectively addressing these facts. My son, who has had more than I did as a DCF and DYS impacted youth, is now 21 years old and still calls me to schedule his doctor's appointments. Quite literally called me this morning, and I'm like, you have that number. You have that number.
I still call my mama.
That's real. In the Commonwealth, we expect youth to age out or sign out of our care, knowing how to navigate these systems without adequate preparation. One piece of information that will be highlighted in this new report on transitioned age youth is that many youth leave the care of these agencies, and once they turn 18, even knowing that more resources may be available if they sign back into care because they want to escape the agency. LGBTQ youth and QT BIPOC youth, which are queer, trans, Black, Indigenous, persons of color, who are most marginalized of these young people, face additional challenges because of who they are, with little to no culturally appropriate resources or programs available to them. And most of them are in youth-serving agencies. Also, as we approach FY25, we are also in the process of beginning a new research project, again for the first time ever in our state, that will uplift the voices of LGBTQ immigrant youth and families to provide clear recommendations and programs and policies for agencies and providers. We also work with ORI, so this isn't new, but the report is. As the Commission continues to push forward on the work we are charged by the state to do, we ask that this committee consider adding the funds we need to continue the work. The re-addition of the $500,000 infusion that we received earlier late last year, would allow us to continue to maintain the bare minimum of our services and programs. Anything less than these funds will stretch our capacity beyond its limits. We are currently in a crisis. We are in a mental health crisis, a migrant crisis, a housing crisis, all while our community, our youth, are watching their peers in other states suffer from anti-LGBTQ assaults on their rights. And in fact, many of these youth in our great state are suffering themselves, often driven to suicide, bullied, and killed because of their gender identity and expression. Many of them are in your districts, in your schools, your libraries. They're your constituents, and we're here to help them. The Commission is here to illuminate the gaps in service provision for LGBTQ youth, and in a way that centers intersectionality and positions Massachusetts as the true lighthouse state in our country. We have witnessed time and time again how the system fails to support marginalized groups, how often marginalized groups, especially youth, who are not considered in the development process of funding, programming, and crisis management. We see that it is always the marginalized groups, the most vulnerable, yet resilient among us, who suffer disproportionately in our state and have significantly worse outcomes because no one counted them or considered their needs. Far too often, we all know responses from the state to address disparities and crisis often comes too late and fails to consider multiple intersecting identities and needs. We all have to consider all aspects of our youth identities when issuing responses and creating programs and funding. The work of the Commission provides opportunities for the state to do something different. That's why we're here. The only agency of our kind in the country, and we shine a light on the problems with our youth that our youth are experiencing, and we also create and uplift real solutions and frameworks to address them every single year, and then actively work on those solutions in a multitude of areas every day. But our work is only as impactful and powerful as the state makes it. Without our partnerships with state agencies, schools, and with policymakers, including yourselves, it doesn't work. We ask you here today to help set us up for success, to ensure that our work can continue to support LGBTQ youth, their families, and educators, so we can work to better a system that was set up to create these problems and to be proactive in our efforts to create a better future for our youth. I thank you for hearing our voice today, and we ask that you consider the request to include the $500,000 infusion that was already granted to the Commission in the FY23 supplemental budget. And now I'm going to pass it to my good buddy, colleague here.
Welcome, Mr. Braxton.
And I won't take
Campbell.
Here,
I think that one's off. I think it's this one that you're
All right.
giving to us.
And I won't take too long. So good afternoon, Chair Williams, Senator Gomez, and Ways and Means Committee. I'm Leslie Braxton Campbell, Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Commission on LGBTQ Youth. And I want to thank you for visiting our wonderful city for this hearing. I am a Springfield native and resident. As my colleague Shapley mentioned, the Commission requests a level-funded budget of $1.6 million in this line item for fiscal year 25. I want to reiterate our ask because our Commission has grown and diversified in staff, and there seems to be some questions about the scope of our work and what it's supposed to be doing versus what it is. And I want to be very clear, our Commission is doing the work it is entitled to and showing up for all of our youth and communities across the Commonwealth. As the only state entity of its kind in the U.S., we have the opportunity to impact youth across the Commonwealth, of course, in particular, LGBTQ youth, but also all youth through some of the items we work on. On the Commission, in addition to being the Vice Chair, I'm responsible for serving as our legislative team chair. As a Commission, we have supported many bills, including LGBTQ+ inclusive curriculum, educator diversity, mental health supports for K-12 schools, and a Bill of Rights for people experiencing homelessness. The Commission has been a role model and support for many students, increasingly for queer youth of color. As a former educator for Springfield Public Schools, I understand the importance of representation and being a resource for our youth. 58% of LGBTQ+ students reported hearing homophobic remarks from teachers and staff. 70% of LGBTQ+ students report being the victim of bullying. 82% of LGBTQ+ youth report not feeling safe in school due to their physical appearance. I have seen all these statistics play out in our schools, and it is real. The Commission operates 2 training systems designed to improve the experiences of youth across the state by building LGBTQ cultural awareness in schools and state agencies. Free professional development training on cultural engagement is provided to K-12 educators and also state agency employees, as I just reiterated. And this is crucial because while I was equipped to provide my building with this training and professional development as an individual, not every school has that, not every agency has a person that has those experiences and is there, and so it's crucial that we step up and provide those resources. As an educator and individual who still works with youth, I see the battles they face with homelessness and being unhoused. 12% of LGBTQ youth reported sleeping in an unsheltered location, and 60% of Massachusetts youth experiencing homelessness identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color. Our Commission has made recommendations in this area that are in the package you received, right, including improving access to state IDs for youth experiencing homelessness, increasing safe places and community centers for LGBTQ youth experiencing this, and codifying a Bill of Rights for people experiencing and being homeless. These recommendations, which are part of our annual report and this research, they take time, it takes resources like manpower, and our Commission is asking today for the proper resources to continue operating as our requests and our work expand. As a commissioner, I'm appointed and I'm a volunteer, and they are paid staff. And the work that our 7 staff does on top of the work that we do as volunteer commissioners, it is amazing. And I have seen the stress and the tug and the pull from districts and people wanting to do the right thing and reach out to us, like to get the training and the help, but we cannot do that without the help of how we're funded, because if not, we're at the max capacity for the things that we are designed to do. We can't even go above and beyond for that. And so I thank you for your time today and your consideration of our budget increase to $1.6 million.
Thank you, both of you, for your testimony. Any questions to my right?
Yes.
Representative Peace.
My colleague's going to shoot me. But hi, how are you? Thank you for coming here today. I just want to make sure I clarify a couple things because, again, I think. Well, let me just ask it. Do you believe that if a child is under 18, that they should be able to get lifestyle changes, operations, and things like that? If you're going to advocate for it, then I need to know if they're advocating for children to get sexual changes when they're not allowed to get a tattoo.
I don't think in their testimony, excuse me, sorry. I don't think in their testimony they orated that at all.
Well, that's why I'm asking, see if their budget covers that kind of advocacy.
So,
You can choose to answer that question or not,
okay.
respectfully. But if you want to answer it because the representative asked, I'm not going to stop you either. But I'm not going to suggest or say that you have to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to elect not to answer.
Okay, and that's fine. All right, I won't ask any further questions then. I appreciate what you do for the community. They're misunderstood, and I think that, in my humble opinion, that when you go to the extreme stuff, when you do stuff with kids that aren't allowed, it's like a tattoo's not allowed, then you get marginalized, and that's why I'm saying I think the community can be much better if you're not advocating for those type of things. That's where I'm coming from.
So I will say this. Our advocacy on behalf of LGBTQ youth and the Commonwealth is centered around the gaps in service provision. When you look at DCF, when you look at DYS, when you look at the OCA, when you look at all of these child-serving agencies, we're not speaking to them about transitions. We're speaking to them about the fact that many of the transitioned-age youth are ending up homeless. We're speaking to them about the fact that caseworkers are ridiculing them for wearing wigs. We're speaking about the fact that LGBTQ youth are underserved and underserviced in this Commonwealth, right? And so we're not speaking about that.
No, and that's exactly what you should be advocating for them. They
Yeah.
should not have those things happening to them. And that's what I'm asking. It's like, you need to advocate that they be accepted for who they are, you know, and that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any more questions on my left or on my right? Any more of my colleagues? Chair?
I'm good.
You have the gavel.
Oh, I'm good. Thank you for blessing your hard work. And
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner, you guys. Can I end it? This is officially over.
Second. We are.
Second. Can I take a photo of you before we disperse?
No, I'm not. Yeah.